Good evening, everybody. Good morning to everybody in America, and welcome to character review stream of Milliarder Beercraft. We'll be joined tonight by a squirrel. Say hello
Not
to
just
everybody,
any squirrel, one that can talk. Even
We've
I'm
had
not going to do that voice the whole time.
We've had talking chipmunks on flavor, so talking squirrel is the next natural evolutionary step.
Also, I am in
This
lane.
was
Wonderful.
inevitable. Yeah, one of our first talents turned out to be a chipmunk. So
nice. Okay, well, maybe should I tell the backstory of why we're here on this lovely Monday?
sure, and you can also introduce yourself to the audience with anything else you want to say about yourself. I've got your channel linked in the description.
Oh, nice. I will eventually stream on that again, I promise. But not until the Elden Ring DLC is a little bit closer. I've just been busy. As for me, I'm just your average talking squirrel, right? I play the video game, I eat the bratwurst that I cook on the grill. It's real simple stuff. But about the video games, a while back, at the end of 2022, little known company by the name of Nintendo published a game. One that was worked on by a company called Intelligent Systems. So these are the people who make Fire Emblem, right? And I've been a longtime fan of that series of games. They've been pretty good ever since the Fire Emblem 7 on the Game Boy Advance. That must have been like 2002, 2003-ish, something around that time frame.
So the Game Boy Advance came out in 2003.
It must have been 2003 or 4. So
no,
good point. Yeah,
yeah, because Ruby and Sapphire also came out in Japan in 2003.
That would make sense.
It would have been right around that time.
So yeah, Fire Emblem I like. It's not my favorite series, but I've liked it for a long time. And there's this theory that I've kind of been bouncing around the back of my head. I was talking about it with some mutual friends of ours, off and on. And this is especially triggered by the recent Fire Emblem game, Fire Emblem Engage. Now, I know, Miliardo, you played Three Houses. You liked it, yes?
Yes, that is actually the only Fire Emblem I've played, and my introduction to the series was Three Houses.
So would it be fair to say that, for the most part, the way the characters look in that game, it's fairly grounded, right? They're wearing, like, academy uniforms, and some of them are professors, and some of them are, like, mercenaries, right? For the most part, would you look at those characters and say, I think I can guess what they do?
Yeah, I mean, there's a consistent aesthetic guidance. Like you can tell there was, like, guidance given to the artists of, like, hey, here's generally, like, how the school uniform looks, and here's generally, like, your left and right limits of, like, how crazy you can go with, like, weird hairstyles or hair colors or anything. Like, yeah, everyone looks, like, fairly, grounded for anime, for anime art style.
Yeah, kind of a fantasy world, but close enough to reality that you can understand it. So Engage is kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Now here,
I guess we'll just jump straight into
that.
Do
you have engaged characters in that?
If you check the FE folder,
let me pull that up so we can show everyone what we're talking about.
Yeah, we'll do this, then we'll kind of go backwards in time a little bit. Some of the early Fire Emblem games.
It's the first one.
Just as a bit of an example. So just go with A1. Just go ahead and bring her up on screen. A little bit of background information for Fire Emblem Engage. This is something they've done with the series, is they hire an artist to be the main character designer. And this person does all the character portraits in the base designs. So, and this has changed over the series, so it's not really been one person the whole time. I forget who did Three Houses, but you can tell it was done by the same person. A lot of the faces have, like, very similar shapes. And, Fire Emblem Engage is done by a well-known artist in Japan by the name of Mika Pegasus, I think, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. This chick has drawn some VTubers, if you couldn't tell. So there's a little bit of a theme you're going to see, I think, I don't want to like color your perceptions too much, but it's kind of like color vomit is how I would describe it. There's nothing on a technical level I would say it's like bad here. It's just I don't know. I guess this is what is this chick's name? Alir, the primary protagonist. Basically, it's your Byleth. Yeah.
This is no, so like yeah, this is a great VTuber design.
What do you think she does? Like, you know, it's a main character in a Fire Emblem game, right? I'll give you that. But like,
Right.
just can you tell anything about this chick's personality?
All right, let's see. So normally, if you gave me a character that's got like a red and blue motif, that would suggest to me that you've got some internal, especially with the heterochromia as well. Normally, this kind of design would be used for a character that's got like a lot of like inner conflict, or like two, not full on Jekyll and Hyde, but like a character that has like either a lot of internal conflict or like some massive gap moe from like two personality traits that are like totally at odds with each other. But I'm
That's
not.
actually pretty on point. So that's why I want to give a little credit here, because that's actually a pretty on point.
Okay, because I was gonna say the like something about like her face and the posing does say like gives main character vibes that I feel sort of undercuts it. Like, I don't know, it's not a bad design, but as a Fire Emblem, it seems very not in visual continuity with other Fire Emblem games. And even for like a fantasy anime setting, like
That's a common thread.
it's such a vibrantly colorful design that it's sort of hard to me imagine a like the kind of setting in which this appearance kind of clicks
Would make
visually.
sense. Yeah.
It looks very like right, like this design would make sense in something like Sword Art Online or some kind of like MMO isekai, I think, where like you expect less visual continuity because everybody's going to customize the crap out of their avatar that represents them in the game world.
I hadn't thought of the SAO connection, but that actually is a pretty good point. Yeah, it's a kind of a common thread with engaged characters is they do look like MMO characters all standing in a group, right? So everyone's got like different armor, everyone's got different. You would never imagine that they come from the same place. Is maybe the way I would describe that. Let's just for a little bit of comparison here. Let's grab a couple others. Go ahead and bring up, if you would, H21 and P51. You just whip them up there. They're not the full character renders. I couldn't find those in my admitted like 60-second search on the Fire Emblem wiki. But you also bring up T31 as well, because they're all pretty good examples of this.
Said H21.
Yep.
Well,
she's huge. It's only the upper body there, but I started to notice a theme in the character's clothing.
Let's see here. Yeah, doing this as a slideshow won't work with what we're trying to accomplish here, so I'm having to do these all. I thought I was going to be lazy and just create a slideshow and click through it, but since we're comparing things now.
Oh, right. I mean, we can flip between the two if that's easier for you.
Yeah, this is all good. Well, since we're diving into it already, let's go over the ground rules such as they are for chat. Also, good morning, Potato Cancer, Kara Malone, and Lone 74125. Thank you all for stopping by today. All right, so general overview is I have not played Ark Knights, and I've only played 3 houses. So, like all of these characters, I'm essentially reacting blind to. I've not played their games. I don't know anything about them, and the idea is to judge how well the artist was able to convey character traits and character design by seeing how well I can guess what the character's like just based off their appearance, and then Squirrel will tell me how close I got. And if I got close, it means the artist did a good job, and if I don't get close, it either means the artist didn't do a good job or I'm a poor judge of character.
We could have started with that, actually. That's a good point. But as far as just the engage ones go, I'm using this as a baseline to kind of give you. We're going to look back on some of the earlier Fire Emblem games and see how that changes.
Okay, so these are all 3 are engaged characters that I'm looking at.
These are all engaged characters, and there's also one more C1 in that folder that you can also bring up.
Aw. I have my mouse sensitivity set to Helldivers, so it's not super good for moving all these around.
Gotta move your mouse all the way across the entire mouse pad.
Oh yeah, some of you, the opposite. I'm having to make like micro movements to avoid sending my mouse going into the stratosphere.
Oh, righto. Okay.
Some of you may also know Squirrel from carrying me in all of the Helldiver streams I've been doing recently.
I don't know about carrying. I usually trip with my 500 kilogram bomb and blow myself up at least once a mission.
Happens to everybody, right?
Or I trip, my character's toe touches a single pixel of fire and I burn to death as I tumble down the hill.
I like tripping with the 380, personally.
You were there for our like triple 380 cascade, weren't you? I believe you were.
I think so. I just remember like the first time I ever used it and the first time I ever saw Bile Titan, I was just like, Bile Titan, 380, go. And you were all like, what did you just do? It worked, but
that was guiding the green capes through that hellscape is always fun. I always enjoy it. But anyways,
well, good morning. All right, okay, so these are all Fire Emblem engaged characters.
These are all Fire Emblem engaged characters. So this other chick that's in the middle, the one wearing the big poofy dress. What can you tell about her? What do you think she does?
All right. So there's a good possibility she's actually 900 years old.
Always a safe bet with Fire Emblem.
Yep. All right. So based off the elegant Gothic Lolita design and the butterfly motif, probably childish personality, likes butterflies. Let's see. Big poofy dress. Is she curtsying with that, or is it just always hang with that like gap for her legs there?
That's always kind of poofed out like that. It's like based off of a French dress thing. You know, it's got like that big hoop thing in it.
No visible weapons. She is, assuming she's a playable character, she's going to be some kind of magic user class. And I would say, despite the friendly appearance, I feel like it's more likely she's DPS than a healing type. Or some kind of... Does she use like butterfly and insect magic to just dump a bunch of negative debuffs onto bad guys?
She is a magic user. I guess I should pre-state this a little bit. I did not purchase Engage. There are several reasons for it. So I'm less about the gameplay, like unit stats, I'm not as familiar with. But yeah, you kind of got the vibe, I think, for the most part. Does the magic, rather childish personality. That's kind of the, I think, the main points there. Let's see. Let's check out one of these two on the right as well.
Okay. I can already tell I'm not gonna like the peppermint swirl hair character. She looks like here. She looks like she either has a bratty personality or at least tries to act like much cuter and sweeter than she actually is. I think that the heart-shaped tattoo on the cheek is part of what gives me that inclination. Is like it's very, that's like very like chuny, like try hard, like look at me, I'm cutesy. Whereas like this butterfly girl is actually like cutesy and elegant. Um, the peppermint swirl girl is like trying to be that, but isn't actually.
If I were to compare her to anybody from three houses that you may be familiar with, or perhaps if you had to guess, who do
Okay,
you think
if I
she
had to
looks
guess.
like?
Okay. Because something about her appearance and demeanor also suggests like commoner trying to pretend to be nobility.
Okay.
Let's see. My gut says Lysithea, but I don't think that's actually the case.
Okay. I'm not gonna tell if you're right or not yet.
I'm trying to think. I've only played Black Eagles, so that's the character.
Oh, you might have missed it.
Those
okay,
are the
you
characters
probably
I'm
missed...
most familiar with.
I'll give you this one then. Little bit like Hilda, but you probably didn't pick her if you weren't in Claude's house because you can't actually get her if you're not Golden Deer.
Okay.
So similar vibes personality-wise. Although you're actually pretty spot on. A little bit bratty. That's kind of the main character trait you're looking for there. And then let's do real quick also the bottom right.
All right, Missionary.
That's actually not her name.
Okay.
Or maybe it's her Japanese.
Is that the name of her country? Misutira.
No.
Actually, like,
I think that's just her
this
Japanese
is actually
name.
a really fun design, though.
Can you tell what does she do? Like, what's her job?
She's a dancer.
So okay, that came through pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the posing helps with that. Yeah, she looks like either the costuming says more like circus performer versus like showgirl, especially with like all of the like gumdrop looking decorations throughout the costume, which gives it a nice like fun vibe versus like a sexy showgirl vibe.
Yeah, I think that the key word being circus. This is one I've heard by many different people as their first impression of this character. It's like she looks like she works at a circus.
I'm just thinking of Minato from My Hero Academia. Of like, is she able to like pull those off and either juggle them or throw them at enemies or something?
They are purely decorative. Her personal class is actually a lance user.
I can see that.
I would have never guessed, but she uses a lance as her starting class.
Because an archer would look different, and of course this is now confirmation bias now that I know, but I can see that because the costume is impractical for archery and also doesn't really fit with like the Japanese archer archetype, whereas a spear is a fine weapon to give a dancing character because she can do like fancy spinning techniques with it.
Yeah, kind of spinning around like a little bit like Song Mina. I don't know if you ever played Soul Calibur, but you know, that kind of vibe. So okay, that's kind of, I think that's good. There's one common thread that connects all four of these characters. I'm gonna see if you can guess what that is. And no, it's not that they're Fire Emblem characters. That's okay. A given. What do you think all four of these have in common?
they all. So we're gonna leave aside the main character for a moment. Like all three on the right definitely have a like carefree or childish aspect to their personality, and that's
the MC.
also probably. Say what? Oh.
Sorry, the chat. He's like, they all date the MC. Of course they do, but only if you play as the boy.
So. Which could also be part of the gap moe of the main character, the blue part of her character design there. Or I guess actually the red would be more about being a free spirit, but the blue would be more about being cheerful. But they all look like they're very like happy characters. Or is this not a personality trait related thing? Let's
That's
study.
actually a pretty good pickup right there. So again, some credit to the artist there. They're all pretty
I'm looking to
carefree.
see if their costume has like some common motif, or like if they all have the same lace hidden somewhere in their costume. I was going to say they're all wearing some form of platform shoe. Even though I can't see her legs, I know she's wearing some kind of platform shoe.
To be fair, that's like most of the characters.
Yeah.
There's not just them.
There's some film analyst on YouTube that was complaining about the overuse of the platform shoe in films for like superhero outfits and stuff. Where she's like, I know why they do it, because it helps them like adjust the height between the actors and the actresses so that you get good framing of shots. But she's like, it's such a boring design when you see it over and over and over again.
Slightly more practical than the combat high heels, but only slightly.
Is there like a house system or a faction system in this Fire Emblem game?
There are different countries, which is actually kind of the standard for the Fire Emblem series. Now I think about it, they pretty much all, any world you're in for those, the main story takes the characters across different countries and all over the place. So I think they're all from different countries, well, for the most part. Not the first two,
because it'd be very jarring if they were trying to say they were all from the same culture, because the costuming is wildly different.
So do you want me to give you the real thing? I don't think you've picked up on this.
Let me tell me this. Tell me like what kind of category it falls under. Are we talking personality trait wise, costume design wise,
like social position? I know I'm leading you into it a little bit. I'm gonna see if you can guess it.
Oh, they're all. I mean, she's got a tiara on. She's clearly nobility.
Okay.
Circus girl. She's sort of got that like pulp jungle princess sort of vibe. Are they all princesses?
They are all princesses. Correct. Ding ding ding. Ring the bell. This is all nobility. Would you have guessed that if I hadn't led you into that slightly?
I think so, because I think like she's obviously a noble. She's the main character, so she's probably a noble, though I would have pegged her more of like noble warrior class than necessarily a princess. I already said she looks like a commoner trying to pretend to be a noble, but her costume is clearly a noble's costume. She's the only one. Or wait, can you see what my mouse is doing?
I cannot see your mouse on stream.
Miss Tyria is the only one I think I would have waffled on about whether or not she was royalty. Because it's hard to tell if that's actual genuine gold chain and gold lace, or just the cheap stuff the circus pulls together to wow the audience from far away.
Yeah, okay. So again, pretty good guesses. I think I don't want it to be like I'm ragging on Engage too much or the artist. I will a little bit. But I think that personally, I would say that you get kind of a decent vibe for their base personality. That's something that has been done well across Fire Emblem, historically speaking. But if you were to look at these from a slightly more, like a different perspective, outside the chick on the left, I mean, does this look like stuff you'd fight in?
Um, not any kind of like traditional weapons combat.
Yeah, it's like
That's why it's
magic and
like,
stuff
yeah,
instead.
magic is magic. Then it's like, well, anything's fair game with magic, because then I can be like, oh yeah, she stores the mana is stored in the balls.
Yes.
But yeah, I'd say without the leading there, you know, Peppermint Hair Girl and Butterfly Girl obviously look like nobility. Um, because Miss Satira's outfit has such like a circus dancer vibe to it, it's hard to know on first glance whether you're supposed to interpret this thing on her head as like a crown of jewels or just part of a circus costume. And then main character looks upper class, but then it's just a matter of like in her society, right? Is the warrior class co-equal to other forms of nobility, or is it you know, a step below
Mhm.
like the highest rank of the aristocracy? Partly because she has no like crown or tiara on her head, and her costume is just fancy enough that you could be like, well, maybe she's just a really high ranking or elite type of soldier. Whereas everybody
There is
else
a
has some kind of
very
headgear.
faint. It's hard to see in this picture. She actually does have a very faint sort of like headband at the top of her head. It's silver.
Oh, okay, yeah. You
It's
can
hard to see. This picture's a
barely
little
make
small,
that
so
out. Hang on, if we embiggen.
there's some other artwork where it's a little easier to see.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So this is the main princess, basically.
Okay. Now that I have
Again, pretty common
embiggened
for
the
Fire Emblem.
image, yeah, well, especially the decision to highlight this portion of the red portion of her hair in white, or does she also actually have white hair, or is that just how they're highlighting it?
That's just the shading.
Okay.
It's a red blue thing. One of the nicknames for this character back when she was first revealed, but before we knew her name, was Colgate Chan.
I do remember that.
In reference to the toothpaste brand, because she does look a little bit like she came out of a tube of toothpaste.
Okay, yeah. Now that I've made the picture larger, the tiara stands out more. But yeah,
So
it blends
I
in
guess
with the highlighting well.
Colgate, yeah. You're kind of getting the VTuber vibes, right? Is that, I think?
Oh
pretty
yeah, I
apparent?
mean, I really don't like Peppermint Swirl Girl for some reason. Her hair annoys me.
She's also like toothpaste.
Yeah, it's not a bad design. Like, I guess they did a good job of giving off the bratty vibes to that go away.
Would you say this girl in the middle with the poofy dress, does she give you what's the word? Emoto vibes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not quite Gura
It-
Killer vibes, but like definitely like Emoto.
Yeah,
Tea
it's
and
the younger
Satsu
sister.
vibes. Yeah.
So, all right. So, again, I think I do complain about some of the things in Engage. I think the characters look like they all come out of circuses. And it's pretty jarring coming from older games. Even something as recent as Three Houses in that radical style shift.
I was gonna say if this was Fire Emblem's 3/10 or 3 rings, you can make a case for all these designs. Yeah, they're not like these would all be great VTuber designs, but
yeah, the artist they hired is again popular VTuber artist. So that's Engage, right? I think the long story short then is they did a decent job of giving you kind of an idea of what they're like. I personally don't feel like it fits a fantasy world. It looks more like Sword Art Online. And I did pick some of the ones I thought had a little bit stronger of like you could pick their identity, right? So maybe these are some of the easier ones. A bunch of the cast in Engage is a lot more, I don't want to say generic, but like it's harder to tell what do they do. Who are
I think with the main character, just changing the hair color to a more naturalistic hair color, even if you kept the heterochromia, would go a long way to like rounding the design if that's what you wanted to do.
It's I don't want to give like spoil everything. Let me give you just a little hint here. The hair being different colors is a plot point.
Hmm.
So it's we're kind of looking down those vibes.
Okay. Well, yeah, because that's if the point is she's supposed to stand out, but with all the other characters you've shown me, she doesn't stand out as being uniquely like a really out of left field design. She looks like a very exuberant design amongst many such designs.
Yeah, that's nobody stands out from each other in this game. Everybody has some insane level of something going on. Well, for them, there's a few that are a little bit more grounded, but for the most part, everyone's got something utterly insane going on with their clothing.
Yeah, this is the design equivalent of if everybody is super, no one is.
Mm-hmm. So now that we've kind of done that, let's take a look, just from a very few examples of some of the older Fire Emblem games, because I think you're going to see how, like I said, the style is radically different as we go back in time. Not even that far back in time, honestly, just a few years. Let's go back to.
I will say, I really like Mysteria's design. Actually, like I feel like her design, like you could drop her into Golden Deer, and
it wouldn't be that far out of place.
Yeah, like as the post time skip design when everyone's ditched their uniforms.
Yeah, Three Houses does this a little bit too. She looks a little bit like why am I forgetting your name? Petra.
Hang on, I gotta look this up again. It's actually been a while since I've played Three Houses.
She's the one that comes from the island archipelago to the east or the west.
Dusker.
She's part of Golden Deer. Not Dusker, no. Brigid.
Oh, she was one of my best archers.
Yeah, Petra, aka Speed Girl, who maxes speed like instantly.
Was it? No, it was Is Ingrid's the purple-haired girl, right?
That's Bernadetta.
Bernadetta. That was so like shoot. I can't remember if it was Petra or Bernadetta, but the first time I played through, it was super satisfying because the final blow that I landed on the final boss with, I think it was Petra, also like prestiged her class.
Right at the end of the game, it doesn't matter anymore, right?
Yeah, but it was really satisfying. I was like, "Hey, you killed a spoiler creature."
I think I got a perfect level up from a final boss in like Final Emblem 7 or something like that one time. So yeah. Let's jump to the next set of Fire Emblem characters, and we'll get to the other ones in a bit. But let's go through these a little quicker because I think less gassing, more just a comparison so you can see the differences. So the next game is Fire Emblem Echoes,
also,
Shadows of Valentia.
If by some chance the actual artist is watching this, I like your work. It's not your technical skill that I'm complaining about. It's whoever your boss was.
I agree. I don't want to come across like I'm like a hater, because I'm not. I'm just like, I have my complaints about a lot of honestly the things with Engage. I don't think it's a game that really came together at the end, like a lot of their games have.
The stream is not here as we're analyzing these characters. The stream is not here to bash on any of the artists. If any of the artists happen to have found my channel somehow, it is to talk about character designs and learn what works and what doesn't, both within character designs and like within an artistic work as a whole.
Cool. All right, next game.
All right,
clear the board.
Let me. All right, I'm just going to create a slideshow now of the rest of the Fire Emblem characters so we can.
Perfect. Okay.
Through. Oh, hang on. I'm getting an emergency alert on my phone in Japanese.
I hope it's not an earthquake.
We don't really get those down here. Let's just translate this real quick. Missile launched, missile launched, missile launched. It appears a missile was launched from North Korea. Please evacuate inside a building or underground.
Are you currently underground or inside a building?
I'm inside a building.
You're probably good then.
Also, I'm pretty sure the last time I got these, it was like well after the missile had passed over us, so. If the stream ends abruptly, you'll know why.
Well, I hope you don't want me to carry this, because...
All right.
I don't know any of you people. Who are you? No, I'm kidding. Hi, chat.
Yeah, Minna, you're probably actually safer than me. You've at least got concrete over you.
It's 3 houses ever engage. Gosh, I don't want to continue on the thread. I liked 3 houses, and I disliked engage enough that I did not purchase it. I really wanted to give it a chance, but you know, it just didn't come together. It's one of those things. But let's do the next one. Otherwise, I'm just gonna sit here and complain about intelligent systems design decisions. And I don't want to just do that the whole time. There's our girl, Colgate Chan. Okay, okay.
Here we go.
This is one of our characters from Fire Emblem Echoes, Shadows of Valentia, a remake of Fire Emblem Gaiden, the second game in the series. This released on the 3DS in 2017.
All right.
So what do you think about this guy?
Has this image been mirrored, or is he a left-handed character?
I believe he actually is left-handed.
Okay. So unless they're just trying to copy Link, since he's a left-handed character, that's telling me right off the bat that he's more on the Han Solo side of things than the Luke Skywalker side of things.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. There's enough motifs on his uniform that I do not believe he is a mercenary, and he does have a decorative headband, which also suggests he is some kind of upper-class character, along with the shorter haircut. Let's see what else we can pick up from here. He's got a tabard, plate armor, and then he's got like a half skirt folded over his belt that I'm guessing, well, no, his scabbard, if he's left-handed, his scabbard would typically be on the right, but
yeah, it's just not present in this image, although it is present on his character model in game.
Okay.
I'm betting you can guess what his class is, right?
Yeah, swordsman.
Yep.
Let's see, we've got... Alright, so let me try and turn this one into like a breakdown of like how I'm analyzing the character. Alright, so we have weapon choice of sword, which is a traditional heroic weapon. However, they're putting it in his left hand, his sinister hand, which is why I believe he's going to be filling some kind of either, even if it's not full anti-hero role, not knight in shining armor type character. So he's either nobility from one of the factions that, depending on how you play the game, could either, you know, ally with you or ally against you. Like, this character could either be an ally or an adversary, based off of that. Okay. Based off of how decorative the sword is, along with the hair bands, definitely higher social standing. And then the green and blue colors is also a good, I think also sells me on, like, this character could go either way in his relations towards you. Since green and blue are like a color pair that's not obviously like one is the good color and one is the bad color when they're paired together. And it also looks like he's got a little skull symbol on his hip. Oh. He's also got a fleur-de-lis, which is a good guy symbol. Or is this
so you're kind of getting a bit of a duality vibe, aren't you?
Yeah, left-handed, but he's got a fleur-de-lis and what might be a skull or might just be like a decorative fan or tree shape. But yeah, I'm not getting... He doesn't look obviously evil. He doesn't look archetypally good either. I'm not sure what the plot of that game is about, but like this could be a main character. And if he's not the main character, then I imagine he is either going to be a very close ally of the main character or a rival of the main character.
Okay, so you're definitely picking up some points, and I'll tell you this: the left-handed thing I think does give a good vibe. This fella does at some points put the ends over the means to a certain extent, not an overtly like sinister like Dimitri kill them all style kind of thing, but there is some, let me say, there is some disagreement with other characters over how they do things.
Yeah, this guy looks like he's more on the kill them all and let God sort them out side of the equation.
Okay. Let's jump to the next one as a comparison here.
Also, not character trait related, but just a design thing I want to point out to chat. Shoot, you can't see my cursor, can you? Sir?
Nah.
Is that an OBS setting? Okay. Well, if you look at his shoulder pad area here, I just want to hit on this because this is an interesting point, right? People talk about like there's no male equivalent of boob armor, right, in fantasy stories. Now historically there was Henry VIII, I believe, had some very interesting looking crotch armor, if you care to Google it. But broad shoulders is generally considered an appealing trait in males, and you notice a lot of fantasy armor has very exaggerated shoulder armor design compared to historical shoulder protection.
I'm looking at you, World of Warcraft.
So these big shoulders, this is the male equivalent of boob armor.
Interesting. Okay.
Which you also notice, right? This helps him, even though he's very like trim and slightly built. The shoulder armor here does a lot to bulk up the upper portion of his torso and profile.
That's a good pickup.
Gives him a more intimidating appearance.
Thought about that.
You also see it, right? This dark blue line that runs down the chest plate as well, along with the fact that it's not actually segmented looking, but between the dark blue line running top to bottom and then the lines running left to right from the center of the chest plate there also basically is like simulating musculature.
Yep. Old Roman style. Do you notice if you zoom in a little bit, do you see how there's a lot of scratches on this armor?
Yeah, he's fought a lot. I also like the little diminutive spikes on his boots.
It's for kicking people when they're down. I'm sorry. See, chat. Yeah, he has some issues and is kind of petty. He can be petty, for sure. There's a little bit of that theme going on as well. So,
yeah, you can kind of get some of that from the
just facial expression. I think shows that
a haughtier expression.
Confidence, but maybe a little bit like, you do what I say. No.
Mm. Is he pointing at you or offering you a fist bump here?
I think it's the bro fist. He's like, bro, nice.
All right, on the next one.
There should be C21. I don't know if it's the next one in the slideshow. We'll keep flipping until we find her.
If anyone came in expecting Ark Knights, we will get there eventually.
We're doing something that's a little more familiar to our friend Iliardo here first, before jumping into the deep water of who are these animes, you know?
Already talked about her. Okay. Aww.
Alrighty, here we are. Next character.
Okay. If she's not a member of a religious order, she is part of the faction that has the religious order associated with it.
I'll just tell you that is correct. That is a correct guess. So
the things
the fact
that give it away
shows up immediately is
so this is given away by several things. One, the off-white, like the white and red color scheme. Also, the fact that she has this collar around her neck that covers part of her collarbone as well, is like a token attempt at modesty with this outfit. Also, I didn't notice until now, there's also like literally a cross on her little headband as well. But then you also have like the shape of the shoulder protection here, and like the way you've got like the red enameling there next to the gold. Like, it doesn't actually look like a stained glass window, but you've got like this very like classical looking design, right? Like you've got like a church architecture motif. Almost, I can't actually technically tell you why it immediately gives off like a churchy look, but like you've got very clean lines. Yeah, the whole outfit's got very clean lines, and then the combination of the white and the enameled red with the gold just screams like, oh shoot, it's like that one War Machine faction that is also the religious War Machine faction.
Something Imperium of Man.
Was it Cawdor? No, I never played War Machine, but and then I like how the same color red, like I like that her hair is like more orange than red, so it doesn't blend in right with that, but her eyes are basically the same color red as the red on her armor.
Yeah, I'll say this too. I'm a big fan of this character design myself. Would you say that given the it fits very well, we'll put it that way, this would imply that maybe she has a good tailor?
Yes. The church definitely has a good tailor designing their stuff.
What do you think her personality is like?
Getting like Riza Hawkeye, so like she's very good. She's a very accomplished swordswoman. Is not overtly like affectionate or bubbly, but like the people that she cares about, she's very loyal to. And she's got a more reserved kind of personality.
Definitely correct on the calmer aspect, so that's a good pickup. Can you wait, because we did this with the previous fella, could you potentially guess what her character flaws might be just from looking at her?
She looks sort of lonely. That's not really a character flaw though. Let's see. If I had to guess character flaw. I'm gonna have to think on this one for a minute. My gut is saying she is slow to trust people to an extent that may cause complications in the plot.
Okay. I'll wait till you're done before I spoil anything.
she doesn't look like a goody two shoes, so like I don't think she's like the religious type of character that's like that lazy writers will put in stories just to be the person that's like, no, you can't do this thing because it's wrong.
Okay.
Flaws.
I can give a hint. I'm not gonna say it because I don't know if you want it yet. I don't know if you want to keep guessing, but
no, I gotta keep guessing. It's gotta be. Oh shoot! Wild Doge spoiled it in the chat. Frustratingly self-sacrificing when she doesn't need to be.
Don't spoil it in the chat, Doge. You're telling them the secrets. This is really fun for me because it's like I want to do this experiment with one of our other friends. a mutual friend of ours. Problem is, he keeps playing the games that I've played, and I can't do this because now he knows, right?
Oh, there's nothing he can blind react to.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here grinning. You guys can't see it, but I'm just this is hilarious to me. Not like in a laughing
Warmer,
way, but like this is
colder,
very
warmer,
amusing.
colder.
Yeah, it's like we're playing Marco Polo. Okay, I'll give you a little. Do you want to give? I'll give you a little one.
Well, hang on. I already got
wait,
Doja's hint.
okay.
So okay, she is.
Yeah.
She says he's saying she is also, which implies there's a primary flaw. She's also frustratingly self-sacrificing when she doesn't need to be. Just tell people the truth. Oh, okay. She doesn't want to break the social harmony, so she will withhold information that really should be shared because she wants to take care of protect people's feelings.
Close.
Let's see.
I'm like overstressing Miliardo's brain here. He's doing his best, chat. He's doing a good
And
job.
now I'm trying to figure out like what I can figure out based off of her appearance and what I can figure out based off of her character archetype, which I deduced from her appearance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also just
She does fit
distracted
her
because it's a really
archetype
good
fairly well.
really good character design too.
Would you say that compared to Engage, I'll do this question a little earlier than I intended to, but would you say compared to Engage, do these characters look like they fit the world a little bit more?
Yes, she actually looks like a more grounded version of the Engage main character. Right?
Okay.
They've got a similar here. Since I still have her pulled up.
I guess maybe one of the questions, and I will be asking this repeated later, does it look like it's something someone could actually wear and not fall over?
Yeah, because like they both have, right? You both have the thigh-high boots with the socks, and then like combat mini skirt. And then you've both got some kind of poofing on the shoulders. Hang on, that's probably the emergency alert.
More missiles?
That's probably the all clear.
Okay. It's like, darn it, President Kim, you're ruining our stream.
Stop launching missiles. I'm just buying time while I try to guess her flaw.
I mean, I don't want to like obsess over the one thing, but I can tell you're interested enough to try to guess, so I'm gonna let you do it.
All right. Well, it's like they've sort of spoiled it, but sort of not, because he's saying also, which means I haven't landed on the main thing yet. She's also frustratingly self-sacrificing when she doesn't need to be. Just tell people the truth. Yeah, like she probably like needs to reach out to the other characters around her more when she's having difficulties, and instead she's just like, I don't want to burden them. I'm gonna keep this all on myself.
Yep.
And then it's going to collapse horribly at some point, and it's like, why didn't you just tell people?
Triple correct. Yeah. Her conflict very much relates to our previously looked at character. Do you notice how she's right-handed?
Hmm.
And our previous character was left-handed? Do you think they're trying to tell us something there?
Indeed.
Also blue-red?
Yeah. Wait, so if she and the other character had a kid, it would be this character right here. Who uses a two-handed sword that is both left and right-handed.
Genius. That's like Kojima level writing right there. But yeah. So,
speaking of Kojima level writing, here's the warning. Granted, this is Google translated. It appears missile mentioned earlier will not come to our country. We are canceling the call for evacuation. Not coming to the country. The missile knows where it is, and it's not here.
Colonel, the missiles have been called off. Get out of there, Snake! It's a sorry, my Metal Gear impressions are really bad. That's the coffee talking. Okay. So, let's do very quickly S21, maybe like the next one. Let's see if we find her. Before we get to the Fire Emblem 7 characters. Not you.
Right here?
Not her. Next. You can tell the art style shift. It's a different game.
Yeah.
Keep going. One more. Should be the end. Nope, not you. Oh, we missed an engaged character.
I was going to
Whatever.
say that. Okay, I can tell you this. I knew this was an engaged character.
Okay, so you're seeing the themes here.
This is like the gloomy goth character between like the pumpkin-colored hair, the stitching on the sides of the raven feather black costume.
Yeah.
This is the Halloween character.
Yeah, basically, she's the Halloween. Yep.
She's gloomy on the outside. I'm sure if you pursue romance arc, then she turns into like a, well, not like a kudere, but grumpier.
A common theme with engaged characters is a lot of them have some kind of like not tattoos, but like bizarre makeup choices. Let's put it that way. Okay, should be one more.
Here's okay. I'm gonna guess this one is actually not royalty.
Let me actually look that up to make sure I'm correct.
Unless the whole game is full of nobles, but she doesn't have a tiara, and that looks more like a hair.
Fire Emblem
That looks
game,
more like a hair accessory than a some coronet or mark of royalty, unless she is the princess of the Pumpkin Kingdom.
Is she actually royalty? Hang on, I'm on the wiki. I forget what her character traits are.
Is she the mayor of Halloween Town?
She is not, surprisingly, not royalty.
All right, she's
just a retainer for royalty.
Only an elected official.
Yeah. Would you have guessed that her class is Berserker? Like with the axe?
Axe? Wait, hang on. Well, this picture does not have an axe, so I would not have guessed. So if I start with an axe, yes, because the shoulder poofy fluffiness with the fear is very like barbarian looking, right? Like this is like another this is a Halloween version of like the wolf's pelt over your shoulders.
Mm.
So if I saw her, if you get an axe, then there are
right? It's like the missing puzzle piece.
Yeah, because you've got the fluffy shoulders here, and then you even have like the wrappings on the arms here. I don't know what the bottom half of the design looks like as well, but there's probably a few other barbarian motifs disguised in there.
I think it's a skirt. They don't have a full like height picture on the wiki, so you know. That's the best you're getting. All right. At least in my previously sent zip folder.
All right, let's
okay, here we go.
Clearly a member of a religious order.
Yep.
No points for that one. No points for that one though.
No points for that one.
I'd say that the costuming is very straight-laced, but the posing does.
I don't know if that's me or cutting out just a little bit internet-wise.
Let's see. Stream health is still looking good. It might be your internet.
I hope it's not my internet. We had power go out the other day, so. Anyways, please continue.
Okay, so the costume design and the like fact that she's like standing like ramrod straight says straight-laced character, but the fact that you're getting this like side eye from the rear and she's standing with her back to the camera is at odds with that, which suggests that her character is not entirely trustworthy or is not entirely what she seems.
Okay. So I believe you, if I'm correct, you can, you know how Fire Emblem does it, you can pair her with several other characters by the end of the game. But one thing you definitely got right, she is very, very proper, right? Very proper member of the clergy, specifically. With some of these engaged characters, too, there's not as much, right? It's a pretty straight like remake of the second game, so
the characters are very archetypal.
Like these, she's pretty archetypal and doesn't have, unlike Three Houses, you don't see a ton of her over the game. You get her at the beginning, she does her thing. She got her like 4 or 5 character points, and that's kind of it. I'll give my personal opinion. I think the artist did a very good job showing those based off of what was like 6 text box of dialogue on an NES game. So
yeah,
there's a little bit of it. It's kind of like almost making more of a personality out of the character, right?
Than what you actually get in the game.
Than what you actually get in the game.
Yeah,
they did include sport conversations in Fire Emblem Echoes that did not exist previously. So there is more to the characters than there was in the original game.
Yeah, because
which I liked. I think it was pretty good.
The straight up and down posing is what gives the sense of like she's a proper lady, and then the fact that she's got her back turned towards you also indicates that she is like more reserved and less open.
I'll tell you that this, which I think kind of goes in with that, this character has difficulty making friends. I think that might be sort of implied a little bit by the way she's like kind of like looking turned away.
Yeah. Also adding to that, you've got the Rei Ayanami haircut. Actually, wait, was NGE out when this was drawn?
Yeah, chat saying it's sacred. Radiant Dawn's great. I kind of like all of those. I personally lean towards Fire Emblem 7 myself.
And also,
they had a spate of excellent games in that time period.
From the artist's perspective, this little bustle here on the back is also doing important work, because if you eliminated that, then the design would look slightly off balance, because she's not perfectly symmetrical without that, but the added bulk of that, like black handkerchief bustle looking thing coming off the back, balances out all of the white in that area of the costume, and then also pushes the overall width of the design. So it's actually just about the widest point of the bustle there is just about as wide as the widest point of the dress at the bottom. So it actually helps the tapering of the dress as it goes towards her waist look less dramatic, and also provides a spot of visual interest there that also happens to cover up her butt, so it's more modest even though she's already wearing a full-length dress.
I find myself thinking, like, okay, imagine you're putting this on and you've just got like a tail, basically. Like,
it adds cushioning. It adds cushioning when you're sitting on the pew.
Maybe that's it. I feel like her waist is like right about where that gold starts, with the dress cuts. So yeah, maybe she's just
her natural waist is actually slightly above that. You can just see the dip. Yeah, where the gold chain reaches its apex. That's like following the curve of the hip up to the waist. But no, it's a good design choice because it adds a visually interesting feature to what would otherwise be like the blank white middle third of the character, that also ties into the coloration of the inside of her hood in the top third, and then ties into the width of the dress at the bottom third of the character.
She is part of the same religious organization as our previous character.
Okay, it's going to take too long to cut it back to. Interesting, because her outfit's all blue and white instead of red and white, but yeah, you've got the same color gold, and I think it's probably the same shade of off-white. Actually, it's probably a slightly cooler white next to the blue.
In my mind, I would imagine these being like different monastic orders.
Yeah, this is more of explicitly. Hers is more of a contemplative order, and the other girl is definitely much more active order, like active in temporal affairs.
Another bit is that she is your first healer you pick up. Whereas the previous girl has offensive magic and healing. She heals, but she also hurts. So
she's a red mage?
Well,
or whatever
yes,
the Fire
Emblem, whatever the
Fire Emblem equivalent of a red mage is.
Yeah. As you can see, the other two characters solve their problems with swords. The other girl, swords and magic. This girl is just a healer. Although don't discount healers. Healers are very strong in specifically her class is very good in Fire Emblem Echoes, just from a gameplay perspective.
Mm.
It's one of in those games, spells are not cast from like a tome that has limited durability. You cast from hit points, which makes Fire Emblem Echoes one of the weirder games in the series for that regard. So basically, what she can do is attack, spend health to attack, and then counterattack with it's not Nosferatu. I forget what they call the spell in that game. Maybe it is Nosferatu. And then like heal off of damaging the enemy, right? Which is kind of a fun little gimmick.
That's neat.
And the healers also get all the cool spells like warp, so you can just teleport units across the map. It was a weird game. I really enjoyed it, even if it is a bit odd at times.
Well, I like all the character designs from it, so
I think the artist did a fantastic job. I personally like this style where things are a little bit more muted, and I don't know if grounded is the right word. I hesitate to use that, but that's kind of the vibe.
No, I think that's an appropriate, right? Like, this is an outfit that you could design and wear in real life.
Yeah, unlike some of the engaged characters where you would struggle to wear that and walk around. So that's yeah. That's kind of the summation of my feelings on that. Real quick, let's do the 3 characters from Fire Emblem 7.
Okay, actually, sorry. Back to the bustle.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to rush you. So if it feels like I'm rushing you, just
something else the bustle accomplishes is that, from a practical matter, right? So she's got a very short veil up here because she has short hair. But the bustle basically creates an effect where if she were wearing a longer veil, it would probably end somewhere around where the bottom end of the bustle is. And so you get the sort of visual appearance as if she had a longer veil, but without the impracticality to her of actually having to have a veil that long.
I can see that.
But visually, between the short veil, the hood, and the bustle, you're accomplishing a similar profile to what a longer veil would give you, but it allows the artist to still like notch out like the bend of her waist and whatnot, to give her sort of that like
they're like both pointing
straight
down.
And narrow look.
Like the veil points down, the little tail thing points down,
and the hood points down the way it's folded. Which contrasts nicely, which then the hip comes like up and then the torso comes up. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get my cursor to show up at some point too, so I can like draw this from chat of like, look at the lines, look what the lines are doing. What I really wish I had been able to figure out is how to screen share from my iPad so that I could have all of this art
that would be handy
in Procreate, and I could actually like scribble on it and be like, look, chat, if you draw these lines here and these lines here, and if I draw these triangles here, we'll almost certainly get a golden ratio.
You know what? If we do another one, we'll see if we can tech troubleshoot that and make it work.
And that one for another one, like this one, we're trying to focus on like the visual language of the character itself. But I keep getting distracted by good like artistic decisions as well. Whereas for the other one, we can pick characters that I know, because the point isn't to guess what the character's like. The point is to show, like, this character design is iconic because the artist did X, Y, and Z. The golden ratio, I think it's 1 to 1.3, but it's basically a ratio that occurs in nature that is very visually satisfying to humans. And so artists figured that out and then try to replicate it in their artwork as well to create a visually satisfying piece of art.
It's often used in buildings for proportions, just for a little bit of a tidbit there.
That was something when they replaced the classic Warhammer Dreadnought with the new Primaris Dreadnought, and I was sick of people saying like, you just like the old one because it's the old one and you're nostalgic. was like, no, it's a better design. And I like pulled both of them into my drawing software and like drew boxes around them. And I'm like, look, the original Dreadnought utilizes the golden ratio, and the new one does not. It objectively sucks.
You gave them the math. It's always great when you can prove your point with numbers, isn't it?
Yep. The best part was that I was like, I didn't even know before, and I was just like, I know, or I didn't look it up before, and I was just like, I know. I know when I do this, I'm gonna find some math that's gonna math and tell me that I'm right. Okay, so we got her, and her.
Let's start with this chick.
I can tell from the art style these are all from games of a similar era, if not the same game.
Fire Emblem has been a series that, over its lifetime, has reflected trends in anime and manga.
Okay, so this is an older one for sure.
What decade do you think these games come from?
This is 90s.
Pretty close, early 2000s. But it's like close enough that it's, same thing.
Okay. Yeah. It hasn't gone full. Yeah, it's definitely not 80s, but it hasn't gone full like
Moe Blob.
Yeah,
or whatever.
It hasn't gone full cockroach hair Moe Blob.
It's visually distinct from even something that came a few years later, like Path of Radiance.
It's got like
Record of Lodoss War. Yeah,
you sort of get some like Lodoss, or I was gonna say Inuyasha.
So I'll give you one free tidbit here. These three are sisters.
Interesting. I probably wouldn't have guessed that just because I would have been looking for like some common trait to all of them, except purple hair green eyed girl
to start
totally throws that off. Right?
They have very different hairstyles and eye colors.
These two are similar looking. And then she's just like, and I'm the special youngest sister that gets to ride on the Pegasus.
So what do you think who's the youngest and who's the oldest?
I said she was the youngest. I don't know if that's... I'm second guessing myself now because she has the strongest little sister energy just from that giant smile and the like, hee, I took your stuff. So actually, I'm
oldest.
Oh, she's actually the oldest?
So who do you think is the oldest?
Oh. She has like the most mature looking face, but that's partly just that her expression is so like calm looking. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. All right, final answer: oldest, middle, youngest.
I saw that on a slight delay, so I think I understand.
Okay,
the oldest.
All right,
this
is the oldest green hair girl.
Correct. Ding, ding, ding. Next.
Purple hair is the middle child, and blue haired girl is the youngest.
Ooh. Inverse, actually.
Was my gut right? This is in fact the youngest sister. Your gut was right.
You overthought it. You overthought it, buddy.
Okay. She's got the pony. She's got the cheery expression.
The middle child is often the most mischievous.
True. And she's got more visually connecting her to the eldest sister. Right? They both have spears. They both have similar dresses and armor. And then she's just off in Pegasus Unicorn Land with her purple hair. I guess she does have the same kind of armor on, but no spear.
That's because she's hugging her horse. She likes the haunts. So middle child, what do you think her defining character trait is?
She gets away with everything because she's cute and cheerful about it.
Little bit of that. What do you think's in the bag?
Food.
Money.
Okay, it was gonna be one or the other.
Yeah, I figured you just shot for one of them. I'm like,
Food or
same thing.
money? Money to buy food.
So there's
I'll
a
give
bit
the
of a gameplay
Japanese the
gimmick.
Japanese answer the Japanese answer of Mikan, which you can then interpret either way.
Oh, that's one I don't know. Okay.
Mikan, it means tangerine, but it's also like slang for wealth because tangerines look sort of like gold coins,
Ah,
and
that's cool.
it's a joke that's lost in English translations of One Piece when
Oh, definitely would be. Is that
when
why? Wait, that's why there's oranges?
yeah, that's why Nami loves
Oh
oranges.
my god.
Because she's basically like, I like, oh, what was it? She's basically saying like, I like something, money, and then she says Mikan, which then means in English all you can do
Both.
is she's like, I like this, money, and tangerines. But in Japanese it's saying like, I like this thing, money, and money.
I never knew that. Wow. Okay, I'm learning today. See, it's not just familiarity here. I am learning a lot. Um, there's a bit of a gameplay gimmick with this girl here. In order to recruit her into your army, you have to, on a specific map, enter a house. And in that house, she'll show up and talk to you. You have to pay her 10,000 gold to hire her into your army. Otherwise, she just flirts away, never be seen again. Unlike the other two, where you just talk to them or you just get them, middle child, you have to buy her.
You know how else you can tell she's a troublemaker?
How's that?
She's the only one with asymmetrical armor. She is missing a shoulder piece and a gauntlet
She probably
here
gambled it away.
that her more lawful older sister has.
Yeah,
And
the
that
older chick's the
I'm
straight-laced one.
presuming. And then yeah, her younger sister's kind of a mix where it's like it's not quite as asymmetrical, but one is shorter than the other.
So yeah, the younger sister, she's the shy one. If you couldn't guess that.
Whereas the older sister and her have the same boot design. Oh no, the youngest sister is the exact opposite, right? So the older sister has long sleeve on the right, short sleeve on the left. And the youngest sister is long sleeve on the left, short sleeve on the right.
I never noticed that. Wow.
And then
here I've been playing this game for 20 years and I didn't even see that.
Middle sister is gauntlet or armored on the left, unarmored on the right. And she also has a solid
shoulder piece.
She also has a solid chest piece shape. Whereas the older sister's kind of got this split. And it's hard to tell if the younger sister's chest piece has a split in the middle or not. But
the way she's turned. They're all Pegasus Knights, if that somehow wasn't apparent.
If we'd had this conversation first, I would have figured out for sure she was the middle sister. She's also got 2 belts instead of... Yeah, she's also the only one with 2 belts.
These little details, I think, add a lot, don't they?
Indeed.
Like, even back then, like, people had figured out, I think, just...
and then look, older sister, thigh-high boots, no stockings. Thigh-high boots with stockings. And then thigh-high boots with no stockings, but the lack of cuff makes them look more like stockings than boots.
She's got little belts on the top. Yeah.
Yeah. So her boots are like, again, the older and younger sister are sort of opposites in character design. And then the middle sister is borrowing elements from both of them. And then once again, her boots are asymmetrical. She's got a belt wrapped around the right one, but not around the left one.
So that definitely points at her personality as one of, shall I say, a little bit eclectic. Basically the chaos child of the 3. And I think that is reflected visually.
Older sister has a thick belt. Middle sister has a thick belt and a thin belt. Little sister has a thin belt.
And middle sister sold off part of her armor. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it.
Sold this part off, but then she won this belt from somebody else, or stole it from somebody else.
Nice.
I'm guessing she's probably also the only one that has the... the older sister's got like a more proper looking spear with a little distracty thing tied to it. Her spear is much more like a barbarian looking spear with a long...
So here's a fun fact. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong if you know. I think she comes with a killer spear, as opposed to like a steel lance or something like that when you recruit her. So she actually had she is more wealthy than her sisters because she charges everybody money. So she's the business girl, right?
She would have been a fine customer for all those Pegasuses we were raising in our axe game.
Fun fact: her Pegasus is his name. Pegasus is as well. Her Pegasus name is Huey, like the helicopter. Like that's the only horse that is explicitly named that entire game.
And they named it Huey after the helicopter.
It's Huey. Yep.
This ride of the Valkyries play as her theme.
She no, she does fall on somebody though.
Actually, does she get her own theme music in this game, or is it? Or
they didn't really do that back then. So you're working with the GBA. You can only have so many tracks.
Now I want to look at the Pegasus Night music if there was one and see if they stole some motif from Ride of the Valkyries.
I'm amazed we haven't gotten that yet in the series.
It's like the someone analyzed the non-traditional Star Wars fanfare that played during Rogue One, and they were basically like, "Hey, look, these notes. If you take the original John Williams fanfare and eliminate these notes, you get these notes left," and that's what they use, which is why it sounds almost, but not like the classic fanfare.
It's pretty cool. If I ever watch the movie again, you can bet I'm gonna be paying attention to that. So okay, sizzle bit here. Go to the younger sister. We're gonna do. I will tell you their names because I just think this might be kind of funny.
Yeah.
Youngest sister, her name is Florina.
All right. Flowers.
Middle sister. Let me actually make sure I get this one right. It's been a little bit. Go to the oldest sister. Hang on. Oh god, now I'm second guessing myself. I'm doing it too. Hang on. I'm gonna look it up, make sure I don't embarrass myself in front of the audience of 5 people. Hang on. Why am I blanking on? It's because we're streaming this. Normally I would be get it immediately. Sorry, older sister is Fiora. There we go. See, that was my first guess. I just
want to say hang on. So I have to guess the middle sister's name. All right.
What's the middle sister?
All right. So we have Fiora. We have Fiora.
We have Florina as the younger. Fiora is the oldest.
So if you combine them, you would get Fiorina.
Oh, that's really close. It's Farina.
Farina.
So yeah, they've all got the same.
Well, actually, hang on. If you translated that in Japanese, Fiorina, Farina. Yeah, it's close. Without being incredibly on the nose of we just combined them.
Yeah. FF Tactics was great, wasn't it? I had to replay that. I think I have a ROM of it.
Also, white outfit, black outfit.
So she stands out a little bit from the other two.
Yep, and then that's basically a white outfit, sort of shaded green. So it's either white or a really light mint shade.
Mm-hmm.
Purple really stands out on her design too. This is my favorite character design of the 3.
Oh, the middle? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fun. Gameplay wise, you get her relatively late in the game, so sometimes it can be a little hard to get her going. Because given the way Fire Emblems work, you have to feed her a lot of kills. But she still ends up being arguably the best of the 3. Arguably. A lot of this just has to do with EXP and how much you want to invest in each of them, because she's the one you recruit last. And there's only about 10 chapters left in the game.
So you have to make leveling her up a priority.
You get rewarded for it because flyers are super good in every single Fire Emblem game they've ever made. But so having 3 flyers is even better because you can do the triangle attack where you put 2 Pegasus next to somebody, then the third one attacks, and they get a guaranteed critical hit. One of those gimmicks that a lot of people actually don't even know about, which I'm surprised by, because I felt like that was like one of the basic trivia facts. Save the best for last. I agree. Well, okay. I will have a little bit of caveat here. Me personally, I played this game at an impressionable age, so I personally like the younger sister the best of the three. So whenever I played the game, I give her all the stat boosters.
Your younger self's
That's
taste is different.
Literally, I would make a different decision now. I would go for the oldest sister. I don't know if that says something about just me changing as a person, but nowadays I like the oldest sister the best. And if you'd asked me 5 years ago, I'd like the middle sister the best. Is it just because I'm getting older? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is.
Could be it.
My tastes are changing. I want like a very chill. I like the chill personality when it comes to the ladies here.
Yeah, she looks very, very chill.
We are all getting older. Oh, my birthday was last week. Anyways.
Oh, what's that?
Promoted Amelia. Oh, Amelia's great. I didn't put her on the list. I thought about it, but I didn't want to make the Fire Emblem section take like 3 hours. So I made that a little bit shorter. But she's, yeah.
It's all right. I don't stream as often as I should. So the longer this stream goes, the more I feel like I'm making up for lost time.
That's it for the Fire Emblem characters. I decided to throw in a bunch of Fire Emblem just because it's something that's going to be a little bit familiar. Again, as I said before our friend Miliardo, he has some familiarity, but not too much, just a little bit. Would you say that you see a stark design change as the series progresses? Is that fair?
I would say so. Like, even looking at this now, like, even Three Houses is a pretty radical departure from what I'm seeing here.
Does it feel like it reflects broader trends in anime? Like, you could, again, yes. Could you put it in its decade?
Three Houses would have been, what,
2019, 5 years ago. Oh my god, we're so old. Anyways.
That was 5 years ago, wasn't it? Where's the time going?
Yeah, DMC5 was 5 years ago too. Like, what the heck, dude?
Yeah, like, this is very. You said this was early 2000s, so the eyes are still like the 90s eyes are starting to transition into the 2000s eyes, but they haven't gone full Moe Blob.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, all right, hang on. So this one is going to be. This is a more recent piece of art than this one.
But you can tell just from the level of detail.
Yeah, level of detail, the shading, like, this is very, like, N64 Zelda, Final Fantasy VII character art type of shading. Here we're moving into late GBA and Nintendo DS era of character design and art.
Very 3DS core, as the kids would say.
Yeah, which I really like. It reminds me of like Nights in the Nightmare as well, which had a beautiful aesthetic. Yeah, like the shading's really good because they're not just doing cell shading. You've got some really good textures here. The eyes look really clean. I really like these eyes here. Same with.
This is the artist, also well known for the Atelier series.
Okay.
Just a little bit of
I think I've seen
there. I don't think Atelier has the same artist for the entire run, but this person did that as well. You can tell when you look at them, they have the colors and like the line work is very much like spot on.
The textures.
There's textures a lot look really good. This is why I think Engage is my favorite from just a bit artistic standpoint. There's so much detail packed into these like characters.
And then I really like the eyes here as well because they're not. Here this middle is like right. This is like the big anime eye. This is the VTuber eye that can be super
Built for
expressive when it's
tracking,
rigged up.
right?
Yeah, built for tracking. These eyes remind me of. So I used to actually, I don't know if I've told you this before. So I used to do security work at an art museum.
Oh wow.
So I spent like anywhere from like 8 to 14 hours a day
On art,
in
looking at art.
looking at art. And I started to notice where I was like, you know what? A certain subset of anime eyes is not entirely too far off from how a lot of these painters would do like normal looking human eyes. Like this is a good example where it's like it's really only
Ooh.
slightly this is really only like slightly exaggerated from like a human eye, and they're
So maybe this
keeping
is
the
like the
colors more
closest anime
muted.
is to real life paintings.
Yeah, because like right, you've got the right here, she has no nose, massive eyes, really wide head. She has a more like realistic head shape, fuller mouth, more indication of the nose. The eyes are, they're still large and expressive, but they've got a more realistic shape to them. Like you can tell that this artist has a good level of classical training that they're bringing with them to this
Proportions are
art
very spot
style.
on.
Yeah, the proportions are good. Um, you've got that. Yeah, you got the shading. You can see where like the brow is basically like the irises are large, but the overall eye size is not as exaggerated. You can see his nose, you can see his mouth, the chin.
And I'll highlight this for the second time. You can look and see like how this guy straps his armor on.
Hmm.
Like the strap that kind of goes underneath the arm.
Yeah.
And then his clearly like the belt has a hook that goes into that plate pieces on his right hip.
Yep. And then
You can see the strap on the
this
back
tabard
of his,
is either folded over the thing all the way around, or probably like sewn or buckled onto the belt in addition to having the fold going over it. And
So
then you
let me
can
pick on
see
Engage a little bit more.
the belt going around
Go
here where the
to
scabbard would attach.
Yeah, you're right. Go to the middle one again. We'll look back at the dress lady. Not her. Um, how does she wear this? How does she put this on? I gotta
Oh,
wonder.
the hoop skirt lady.
The big dress girl.
So I mean, you could have a big hoop underneath there. Like that's been a thing in real world fashion to create the fashionable profile of the time. Was literally just
Oh yeah.
actually my would my brother-in-law's wife still be my sister-in-law or just my brother-in-law's wife?
I don't know how that works. I'll be honest.
Anyway, she wore a really cool homemade dress to Minna and I's wedding that had like a structural piece underneath it to give it the shape it had. So like you could accomplish the flaring out at the hips here with something that it's this gap in the middle that causes the problems because now it means that your hoop has to like basically bend to create that shape as well, and then like these ruffles could be created with wire sewn into the hem.
I guess what I'm suggesting here is that she has to have help putting this on. At least that's what that says
most
to me.
likely.
Is like, we know she's royalty. She has servants. They
Yep.
basically dress her in the morning. Because, like, there's so much. There's, like, all these extra little ribbons and such going on. You know. So, again, that's Engage versus Echoes versus Fire Emblem 7, a.k.a. the Blazing Blade. Versus Fire Emblem 6, the Binding Blade. Very confusing. Thank you, Nintendo. Or maybe thank you, IS. I don't know. Fun fact, we never got a North American release of Fire Emblem 6. There is no official English version of that game. That was the last Japan exclusive Fire Emblem, coming out for the Game Boy Advance. And it is actually the game of which Fire Emblem 7 is a prequel. They did that back then. FE6 is the game with Roy. To put this in another fact, okay. He's the guy in Smash Bros.
So Roy's never had an English release game then, besides Smash.
He has not. He has not. They put him in Smash Bros. Melee, and because as the story goes, and I tend to believe this. People were like, "Wow, who are these swords dudes?" And because Roy was really good in melee, not the best, but like really good, and Marth was really good. Marth actually is still like top tier. This sparked some interest, and they were able to successfully pitch a translation of those games to release in North America. So that's why we know what Fire Emblem is today, because some dude, Sakurai, put them in Smash Bros.
Interesting.
So thank you, Sakurai.
I didn't realize we didn't have them until Smash.
Yep. Wasn't until 2000, either 1 or 2, whenever Melee came out. That was the first time anybody outside of Japan had ever heard of Roy. And then, of course, we all know that Awakening just exploded in popularity back in 2013 when it released. And that's why Fire Emblem is like a relatively popular series instead of a super niche series.
Thank
also,
goodness for Smash.
Is it the same? Yeah, thank you, Smash. Same time as I think a lot of the character designs started to change. It was that time period where SAO was the big popular thing. It's, you know. Again, I want to make it sound like I'm like super opposed to that. It's just that's when things started to change anime style wise from we're a few years past the Fire Emblem 7, like, you know, it looks like late 90s, and now it's the big eyes, and if you look at Awakening characters, this is also when the writing starts to change a lot in the series, and a lot more of the characters become one-note personality quirk characters, of which I unfortunately have to lump Bernadetta in. I love Bernadetta, she's great. The writers just do her dirty in Three Houses, they really do.
Yeah.
All her interesting support conversations are buried in like level 2 or 3 with random people, like Seteth and stuff. Like, her first support conversation with every single person is her screaming and running into her room, and I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
Granted, she's like the best character in the game gameplay wise. She might be the strongest character, but the writers just did not. They just are like, here's your gimmick, go do it.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough the way I played the Crimson Flower route. I'm pretty sure I got every character A ranked with every other character by the end of the game.
So you got a lot of it, yeah.
Which I think.
Well, you didn't get the Seteth one because you can't get that in Crimson Flower. But yeah.
Which I also think means I basically saw. Well, I guess not the canon pairings at the end, but like because everyone could potentially pair with everybody else, I guess just my choice of wife at the end of the game then triggered the cascading chain of like, okay, if you take this character out of the mix, like canonically, how does everybody else wind up with each other?
Mm-hmm. Here's a fun little fact: is based on their support points with each other, so it changes playthrough to playthrough. Unlike some previous Fire Emblems where once you S ranked between two characters, they were like locked in. You know, that's basically engaged. Oh, but engage. I'm kidding. But like not, because they actually rings are a big mechanic in that game. I think that was intentional. So. So that's the Fire Emblem segment. Here we are, an hour and a half in. But that was fun. Shall we dive deep into something that you were unfamiliar with?
All right.
This is the real meat on the potatoes or something. I'm going to grab some water real quick, so give me like 30 seconds. I'm just going to run over the sink.
Sounds good. I should probably grab something too, but... Right. Chat, I hope you've been enjoying this. It is not too late to drop other characters for me to react to on the Twitter posting of this video.
I'd say go for it. Yeah, if they have somebody we want to throw in at the end, I'd be happy to. You have something like, obviously these are all characters I know, and Milliarder does not. But if it's something we both don't know, I'd actually love to see that because I can run the experiment on myself, which would be cool. Problem is, I might have to turn the tables on you at some point. Try and find something you don't know. I highly suggest that. I love more data points. I've got this theory just banging around the back of my head. I'm like, not that I could write like an academic paper on it, but I do want to at least get some kind of structure because I think there is something objective about how you make a character.
Mm-hmm.
There
So
absolutely
actually,
is. And I just don't know how to. I don't know how to put that into language in a way that's both specific enough to be useful, but not too specific to be overly constraining as
I
a
should
concept that people can use.
dude, I don't know if I want to read it on stream because I would. My past life is still like anonymized, but
A mystery, an enigma.
I don't. I had a great thread. One of the best threads I did on my past life, art Twitter. So I did like a breakdown of character design. Specifically, someone was. It was during rounds of discuss about right like over sexualization of characters. And the guy was right, but actually like how do I sexualize my characters? I need help. Like doing this, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna write a thread on like here's how you make your men look like men and your women look like women. And I just dove into like I don't know if I use the golden ratio on this, but I just pulled up a bunch of character designs and went through like here are all the techniques the artists use to enhance the femininity or manly of these characters. And also like here's here's artist motives for why they would like choose to like overemphasize the sexual characteristics of their characters. Like for example, Warhammer 40,000 Sisters of Battle. When your character is represented by an inch-high model on a tabletop, you need to exaggerate the features to get across the character's look and feel.
It's everyone's favorite type of armor, right?
Yeah. Like there's a reason for that. Multiple reasons. Maybe I will just plagiarize myself and like repost the thread under my new account and hope no one is looking for it under my old one.
No, hope nobody Googles it, right?
Or just private.
Like, oh,
What
is a search engine?
Private my old Twitter since I barely use it anymore, and then just do it. But
that'd be the way to do it. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's jump into a new world. Well, maybe not for Kara here, but you know, for okay, I was gonna say let's do this not in the slideshow format because I want to have two up at the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna start with her. I'm gonna duplicate the slideshow, and we'll just click through to put two of them side by side.
So already you can see there's a very different art style going on here. I'll give you a bit of a background information. So this game, a bunch of nerds made this. So there's way more detail than a gacha game has any right to have. They did an extensive design process, shall we say, before they actually started making the art even. And before they started doing stuff. Before they even made the game, they had like their story. I think it was their homebrew D&D that they turned into a game. I really believe that actually was what happened.
So like a lot of
I just get there's too many vibes. Also, if you look at their old like not Lofter, maybe it's Pixiv. The old Pixiv accounts of which some are still active. Of the core group of people that designed this game and made it, a lot of their OCs became characters in the game, which I'm like, hey, more power to you. That's great. But it's just kind of an interesting thing how they all like met in college and played games together, and then eventually they end up in the same industry because they're the same major, right? And then game happens.
Let's make a game together.
That did happen.
You're friends with
the old girls front.
Oh, that makes sense because like Girls Frontline and Ark Knights were basically like the OG like gotcha tower defense games, right?
They have similar people. The chick you put on the thumbnail, W, was originally intended to be a Girls Frontline character. The artist is a fellow by the name of Lowlight.
I can see the shared DNA.
So he actually worked for them before leaving to basically make his own studio with his college buddies. Over in Shanghai is where they're based. But yeah. So let me make sure. Let me make sure I have which artist drew which, because you'll see similarities between the different artists, which I think is kind of neat.
I really like their approach to the digital artwork here because, right, like minus the anime eyes, or rather, they're not going for an anime look in the sense of like cell shading. Like they're using um more like realistic looking digital art shading techniques and texturing, and then um, still using an anime aesthetic, but they're not going for like I'm going to draw this character as if I were drawing them as a reference to be animated. Like I really like the level of detail and texture they're putting into this artwork.
You can actually zoom in a little bit too. I think I gave you the high res version.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
so let's start the little processing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Because also right because they know they don't have to animate them because in game they're represented by sprites, right?
They are chibi artwork, and I was going to bring that point up a little bit later, but I think one of the genius bits of this game is that it's 2D sprites and they're chibis. So when it comes to making graphics, the artist draws the character and then they draw like their second animation, and sometimes they'll make skins later on, right? But the game itself is super like low amount of resources needed to actually make it work versus the 3D games of today, like the Genshins of the world and such, where you need like all these animators and you have to have like modeling and rigging and so they're actually able to keep their production costs very low, which is why they can keep just like basically farting out content at an insane rate for this game.
So knowing that
with a small amount of people,
I'm going to make some predictions then before we dive into here. Knowing that these characters are going to be translated into chibis, a lot of emphasis is going to be placed on a very distinct head, a very distinct weapon, and a very distinct color palette.
Bingo.
Right? So, like, you can already tell, right? Her legs are going to be 2 different colors. And she's probably distinguished by all the other characters. All the characters are basically Kemono Mimi, right? They're all, like, animal ear
99% of them.
So, I'm guessing, like, right, she's got this, like, little red thing on her hair here underneath her left ear. And, like, her hair, the way her hair kind of comes out in these 2 sort of tentacles out to the side is what's going to help distinguish her head sprite from all the other girls with animal ears.
Yep, her hair sticks out noticeably because it's very long.
And then, she's
also
got...
the chainsaw sticks out noticeably.
Yes. Yeah, so like that.
So, sorry, go ahead.
The hair design, the giant chainsaw, and then the differently colored legs will stick out well on a chibi.
So let's start the formal review process, shall we?
All right.
So here's the 3 questions I have for you, and you don't have to like stick to this formulaically. Just kind of, I think this is the good suggestion. So the first one is going to be, I guess there's actually 4 questions. What do you think her personality's like, or him? There's some dudes in here too. What do you think this person's personality is? Just a very high level, like, archetypes. What do you think they do? What do you think they do for a job or, like, organization? And where do you think they're from if you get a vibe? If you get a vibe, like, I think they're from this kind of culture, then tell it. Because there are, in this universe, there's, like, fantasy equivalents of real-world nations. It's got a vague year 1900 base. There is a British Empire called Victoria. There is a Russian Empire called Ursus. Very creative. Guess who lives there?
Yeah.
And there's even like a fantasy version of America called Columbia. So
that's the name. That's the name I'm using in my light novel.
So you'll see that certain characters might stand out as being from a certain place. So I want to see if you pick that up.
Okay, so we're looking at we're talking about basically like a 1900s, an ersatz version of our early 1900s.
Yes, with modern streetwear.
Okay.
And computers. But everybody can use magic.
Okay.
So I think that's fair to give you just a little bit of background there. Because that's not going to like spoil anything, and it might help you make some better guesses.
Okay, so the streetwear is not going to be specific to one culture then.
Not so. Some will be. Some people you might be able to peg as being like they're from like this because they look like that, like Fantasy Asia, right? They might look a little bit like that. I don't know if I might have included some, but we'll see. We'll go through the list.
Is this because it's a Chinese game company? Are these Japanese artists or Chinese artists?
Both.
Okay.
So the core group, they're all a bunch of guys from Shanghai. And one or two girls, I think, are actually on the art group. And they also, as the game has gone on, they bring in like external artists to draw characters. Some are Japanese, some are like from Singapore. There might be one or two Koreans in there. I don't think yet that there's been anybody. Well, no, actually, I stand corrected before I even said it. They have even had one or two people from North America.
Okay.
So they kind of have a wide net cast out, so to speak. The way they divvied this up when they were making the game was that certain groups of characters that are affiliated to a certain group, I guess, they were all drawn by the same artist. So they're like, okay, you're going to draw this group of characters. You're going to draw this group of characters. And so you'll see you're going to be able to tell which ones are done by the same artist, I believe.
Okay.
There's a few, obviously, I didn't sort them. I didn't put the ones in on that metric, but I'm just going to say that out front is you'll be able to tell that certain artists did certain ones because they have a very distinct style. And they put the characters in clothes and stuff that are of a certain way.
Yeah, one's a certain.
But yeah, anyway, so those are the three questions. What do you think their personality is? What do you think they do? What do you think they might be from, if you can guess? And then fourth, everyone in this game has a silly code name because they played Rainbow Six Siege at an impressionable age, which is like 30, and they call them operators in that game, right?
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm an operator. I'm like Sam Fisher, who actually might be in that game. I don't know, but so everyone has a code name, which may or may not be their real name.
Okay.
But you have a code name, so I'm gonna see at the end once you kind of get some details. See if you can guess what the character's code name is, because some of them are very easy to guess and some of them are not. I just want to see what you do.
Yeah. And should I be thinking like pilot call sign kind of code name, or more like cool?
It's like that. It's like pilot call signs, and also they are all in English.
Okay.
Another one of the weird things that yes, it was made by people in China, but a lot of the stuff is actually a lot of the text is in English. Some people have accused them of being Westaboos and being insufficiently patriotic to China. That's getting into the inside baseball of like Chinese internet, which is a wacky place. Very well.
My limited exposure.
Not really germane to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really germane to the thing at hand, but it's one of those things where they had this with this perspective of not making a generic China game, which is something that a lot of the companies there just do, and so they wanted to be different, and they did. So, so there you go.
All right.
I think that's sufficient background information to lay the groundwork.
All right.
And get you to guess those questions there. So what do you think of this chick?
And
what's your first impression?
Real quick, Caramelin saying one of the artists is a certain VTuber, which I'm guessing is probably Ina, because I'm pretty sure she's a digital artist that has done work for Azure.
You are correct. You are correct. She did do a character in this game. Actually, I don't want to just go in like the little nitty gritties here, but another chick who used to work for Cover
Sana.
Also made. Yeah, she did another character in this game, or two characters actually. So it's just one of those things. There's a fun little bit of drama. They did a character popularity poll back in like 2021 or something, 2022, and this was done in like I forget which Chinese forum this was done. It was like their version of Reddit, basically. I don't think it's NGA, although it might have been NGA. And there was like you would vote for like your top 3 favorite characters. It would like pull them all up, right? And there's like 100,000 users because it's China. And this particular character that was animated by this particular current Hololive VTuber was they had programmed it so that the votes would show up as 0.
They still are sore.
They're still mad. They're still mad. They're still mad about that. Like the character's name is Jackie, and and she was the only character to show up with 0 votes because she was drawn by this girl who works for the company where the other girl said the word Taiwan. Yes, it's that petty. There have been like death threats and assassination attempts with other games, like Genshin. So they take their gotchas seriously. Like we think we take sports seriously here. Oh, we got nothing on the Chinese. Those people take their sports like they're like Roman levels. They're like the Reds versus the Greens, or it was Blues Greens. You know how they would like have riots and like murder each other in the streets? It's that. It's literally that. So, with that bit of background drama, it's fun stuff, isn't it? Let's start the process. I want to know what do you think about this character? Who is she? What does she do? Where's she from? What's her silly code name?
Alrighty. Okay, so so this is partly cheating because of this image here, but she's a black cat.
Oh, I should guess. I should ask you what animal you think they're based off of. We'll
Well,
start with that one.
they put a black cat in the image on the right here.
That is a very common design trend in this game. So yeah, she's a black cat.
Which I might the tail says cat, the ears do not, so I was a little thrown off by that.
She got real long ones.
Yeah. Okay. So broad personality type. Oh wait, I want to zoom in on this one because I want to get a closer look at her smile to see how she's grinning. This is important.
It is. I agree. This is important. You might even want to bigify several of these images because it makes it easier to see. Her mouth is a little bit faint.
Okay. Yeah.
Since we're like zooming super into something that's supposed to be seen on a phone.
All right. Okay, it's not quite. She's got the little cat grin. Oh, that's cute. You can just barely make out that she's doing the little cat smile.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna answer your questions slightly out of order. I think her day job is she does something in forestry work because she, based off of all the fire around her and her chainsaw, she has the ability both to cut fire breaks and conduct controlled burns. So she works.
That's an interesting guess. I'm not gonna tell you if you're right or not, but that's an interesting guess.
She works in some some section of the Department of Agriculture, chopping down stuff and or burning it as required. Country, I'm saying like whatever their version of like Japan or China is, based off of the hair color and style. Some kind of Eastern Asian culture. And then let's see, personality-wise, black cat character. So I'm gonna go with playful, but with a dark sense of humor. And she clearly has a beast mode that she can turn on when she goes into combat. But in day-to-day,
on the right picture. I'll let you finish your thought, but go and make that one a little bit bigger as well.
Yeah.
So what about day-to-day?
Bring thermal something. Pulling the gloves on with her teeth. Day-to-day, she seems fun and playful.
Okay.
Just going off of just the way she's got the cat screen in the picture on the left. In addition to the general vibe of her streetwear, doesn't seem reserved by any means. But she's also a cat, so I'm not going to go full oh, she's a boisterous ball of fun since she is a cat.
Mm-hmm.
But she has a giant chainsaw, so clearly she knows how to have fun.
In more than one way. So, I'm going to nudge you towards a couple. You're actually giving some interesting points here, and some are correct. Even I'm not gonna say which ones.
Oh, the other
Um,
reason she works in some kind of like, I think more official capacity is she's also got this like safety orange or yellow looking roll on the back of her kit.
Okay. A lot of gear, right? A lot of tactical stuff.
Yeah.
So if you look at the left one, do you see something on her shoulder?
Yeah, she's got the ID tag.
Yep. And I'll point this out too. You see how there's a little headpiece or earpiece going into her ear?
Oh
Human
yeah,
ears.
you
They
can
do
just
have two.
yeah, you
They
can just
actually
make
have
out the
both.
coil, and then she's also got a throat mic.
Yep. So there's a little bit of a maybe she's part of a squad or some kind of organization.
Hmm.
Another fun little detail. If you look at the right artwork, pulling her glove back with her teeth, do you see what's kind of like coming out of there?
She looks like she's bleeding, or that she's leaking fire.
Also bingo.
Are most of these characters assumed to be human-ish, or is she just like a straight-up fire elemental disguising herself as a human cat girl?
They are humans. But like I said, everybody can use magic. So you're going to see a lot of weird and wacky, like Naruto-style, unique stuff coming out of some of these characters.
Yeah,
there are formal
the cat's got
magic
a burning
schools.
tail and burning paws as well.
There are formal magic schools, but like a lot of times you're going to see people who are only they have this particular thing, or it's rare. Maybe it's rare.
I will say, based off of the hairstyle and the expressions in both of these, though, like, I don't think she's the type of fire-based character that is like just like always angry all the time. Like, she seems like she's got things under wraps until she chooses to turn on beast mode.
Okay. So let me know when you want to keep guessing. Keep going. Let me know if you want when you want me to give you the confirm or deny on some of the stuff, because I like to hear the ideas.
Okay.
You know.
Let me.
But I don't want to leave you hanging either. So just just let me know.
Let me zoom out of this one here to analyze the rest of the design. All right, so going top to bottom, right? She's got the earpiece, she's got the throat mic, the ID card. Her jacket's unzipped. Lots of gear on the belts. It looks like she has a rosary, or at least a crucifix, tied to the very bottom of this one strap, which is incidentally two belts intersecting in the shape of a cross, so she's a good Christian girl.
Oh wow, I never picked that up, dude. I'll admit, I never looked at the bottom of her belt.
It's just like it's dangling there, and it looks like there's like, I don't know, a lighter or something else dangling off the bottom there.
There are, I'll give you this, there are suspicious cross-looking things in many places in this game. I have my suspicions about some of the artists, but that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's hidden well, while still complying with Chinese laws about not like showing corpses.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like the details on her boots here. How she's got it suddenly just goes like really like jagged and like organic looking.
Jack Skellington boots.
Yeah. Got the big old chainsaw that can also be turned into some kind of chainsaw staff or an eviscerator. Sorry, I keep selecting the wrong assets in OBS. Grippy boots. And then she's got the big old case here as well. So yeah, she's definitely part of a professional organization. If her day job is not forestry, based off this artwork here with all the arrows and swords on the ground, she's clearly part of some kind of military or paramilitary organization. Especially she's
Okay.
also got the armor on her elbows here.
Yeah, like the pads.
Yeah. Which is interesting because based off her weapon choice, it's not like she's going to be in the prone, like needing it to protect her elbows that way. So it's probably more to protect them while she's swinging her chainsaw around.
Okay.
All right, so let's go. Okay. All right, so final guess. She's from one of the Asian cultures in the game. Yay or nay?
She has definitive connections with Fantasy China. She's actually English.
Interesting. I guess the blue eyes.
Singapore. Actually, sorry, Hong Kong.
Okay.
There is a fantasy Hong Kong, so there is a bit of a crossover between the English and the Chinese in this game.
Gotcha. Yeah, because the eyes are blue, but the hair just screams like Asian character. I think it's because they shaded the hair with a bluish gray versus like a brown. Which to me translates into like that really like dark black shade of hair.
What do you think her silly code name is?
Ooh.
Some of these are quite literal.
Like Black Cat is the obvious one.
I will give you this hint. It is not Black Cat.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's name is directly the animal that they appear to be based on.
Okay. Because I'm like, you could either go, it's either going to have something to do with like the unlucky Black Cat angle or something to do with the fire angle.
Okay. Interesting guess.
So if I were
If you
going
had to
with,
pick one, which would you go for?
probably the fire, because that's probably more unique to her than she's an animal girl, because it's like we're all animal girls, so.
Ding, ding, ding. Correct.
Are
It
they?
has more to do with the fire.
Yeah. Let's see. Depending on how much references to American culture they make, her call sign could be Smoky, since only you can prevent forest fires. And she has a chainsaw. And
That's a good guess. I had never heard that one before. That's a good one. I'm not gonna tell you if it's correct or not, but that's a good guess. I'll say you're very warm.
Okay. Smoky, if you're going for an American cultural reference, Smoke Show if you were trying to flirt with her, and what's her actual call sign though? Torch.
Also very wow. You're kind of getting some good ones here. I like these. Yeah, let me know when you want me to just tell you when you're done guessing, because I will.
Right.
But I like hearing these.
I
don't want to torment you. I don't want to torment Miliardo here. He's been a very good host, but you know, I'm like pulling it out of you. I'm like, he's almost there. He's almost
so
there.
Close. All right. Let's see. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
I know, right, dude?
A firebrand? No. Phoenix, except she's already got like an animal theme, so I wouldn't give her an animal nickname. Let's see. Torch was close. Smokey was close.
I'm just sitting here grinning. This is very amusing to me.
Let me think. I don't know much about their philosophy of name. I feel like the more of these I learn, the more I'll be able to guess their.
This is also true. You'll start to get the theme. So that's why I don't want to give the first one away. I want you to like kind of give your best guess, because you'll see the theme.
Okay.
I don't want to poison the well. I want this to be as this has been great so far. This is probably the favorite stream I've done in a very long time.
All right, let's see. All right, so the cat's paws are on fire, and its tail is also on fire. Ember?
Oh, are you looking at thesaurus?
No.
Good guess, but not correct.
Ember, torch, spark. I'm just gonna start running
A little
through fire
cooler.
words. All right.
You can. You will get it if you do that.
Ember, torch, blaze.
Bingo! This is Blaze.
All right.
Everyone's best friend, BFF Blaze. She's a sweet girl. Very nice. Does get angry sometimes. And destroy property. Like a lot of property. So yeah. If the fire was... Her blood is actually... It lights on fire. It's napalm. She believes napalm.
Sweet.
At somewhat expense to her own health, I'll say.
Is she fireproof herself?
Mostly. Here's a fun little tidbit. She's also basically an alcoholic, but her metabolism is so high that she doesn't get hungover, really. She just burns it off super fast. Because she's just... Her internal body temperature is so high.
I like when they put in details like that.
So there's a whole thing. You know how Fire Emblem does support conversations?
Yeah.
They have a thing called operator records, but it's basically like character specific. If you level them up enough, you get access to special cutscenes for that character, right? So it gives you... It's a nice way to give more detail to a specific character, but it's not like I have to make a big story event about them, right? It's like it's just little things for just them. Because you also unlock things like basically the way the game works is you're reading like an HR department profile of this individual, and it's got like details like, oh, here's how tall they are, here's this. For instance, Blaze here is 172 centimeters tall. 7 years combat experience. Right? So yeah, you get details like that. Yeah. But you got it. You got it faster than I thought you would. So good job. This is Blaze. Very tomboyish. I'll also say, if that wasn't obvious.
No, I feel like the expression here on the left communicates quite a lot. Actually, both the expression in both art communicates quite a lot.
And she is, in fact, part of a paramilitary organization. I feel like that's a fair one to give you. You did guess that.
Is that a given for these characters or no?
Not all of them. Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. And I think it's pretty obvious which ones are and which ones aren't. So yeah. Good job. Oh, that was a very fun first one. We could go through. Did you put these in alphabetical order by chance?
It should pull them in alphabetical order.
Okay. I think that is mostly fun.
Except for well, I only have the one piece of art for W, so.
Okay. Well, we can talk about her later. There's two of her now. Hello, W. Whoa. Here's our next girl.
All right. Chinchilla? Or no, I guess she's a what? That looks like.
Let me see if you even know what this animal is.
The Fremen call it Muad'Dib.
I don't think there's intentional Dune references, but
it's that big-eared like desert mouse whose name escapes me, but like you see the long tail, the big ears,
the humble jerboa. So you did know. Good job. Wow. Most people don't know about that animal even exists. She is a jerboa.
All right. Now, let's see here. So she's got sand magic.
Might be better if you see her, maybe like zoom out just slightly. She's a little bigger. You want to see the whole picture. Oh, there she goes. Behind herself.
There we go. All right. There's a clear sand theme here. She's got the hourglass. She's got this sand sampling thing here, and she has some kind of shoulder-mounted apparatus. I'm getting massive, like, doctor scientist vibes from the lab coat, trench coat, to the briefcase, to the way she's carrying herself and her clipboard here, along with the apparatus on her shoulder that could be anything from a weapon to a medical / sensing device of some kind.
Okay.
She looks a little
What do you think
shy.
of personality? A little shy, huh? Okay.
So she's kind of like, she's got her head tilted here, and she's sort of looking up, but she's a little bit hidden behind her hairstyle here. Let's see. And then, yeah, also based off of her stance here and her expression, along with the fact that it would match the scientist vibes, she seems more. I'm gonna start running out of words for different personality types. She looks more. She looks more reserved.
Okay, reserved. So this right picture, where does it look like she's at?
All right. Right picture. Let's see here. Here, I'm gonna shrink this one a little.
Also, I'm gonna geek out a little bit here. Isn't that pseudo 3D effect super cool?
Very.
Like the sand is pouring off the edge. Like, dude, A+ for
Cool.
detail.
All right. So it looks like there's.
You can see like topographic patterns in the sand as well.
Yeah, you've got a light on the ceiling. She's got a bunch of these sensors buried in the sand here, and she looks like she's in some kind of laboratory research facility, right? You got like a door to an elevator over here. You've got numbered pillars, the directions to the fire extinguisher that way.
Mm-hmm.
You've got like this yellow hazard triangle above the doorknob behind her. So, yeah, she's clearly some type of researcher, scientist doing experiments with sand.
Okay. Again, let me know when you're done guessing, and I can give you the yes or no.
Based off of the sand pattern here, she is probably a healer / defensive buff dispenser.
Go for the gameplay guesses. All right.
And also clearly part of some kind of organization. I like the detail of the stitching on her boots here, of like the little cowboy boot stitching there. Along with the fringe
little
on her
tassels
skirt.
Coming off of it.
Yeah, along with the little fringy tassels.
There's clearly
a
zipper on her left hip that's been undone up to the top.
Mm-hmm. So she can access her hip pouch here.
You notice that her glove on the left hand also has this long zipper.
That's like her sleeve, right? And then she unzips the sleeve so the cuff flares out more. Because she's got like the yellow glove on her right hand and then no glove on her left. She's also got her little sand drone thing. So is that like a little drone that follows her around so she's a constant supply of sand with her?
They can walk.
I'm assuming a good player has to position them carefully to maximize the gameplay effects.
You would be correct in that guess.
Which also, based off the cowboy vibes, I'm saying, okay, she's definitely from like the North American analog.
I'll give you that one. You are correct. She's American.
Because I can't think of.
She's Colombian. Excuse me. She's Colombian.
Because I can't think of too many other desert cultures that go in for like the stitching on the boots and the tassels.
There's a bit of a Wild West vibe.
The hourglass is also a nice touch.
Time's running out.
All right, North America. All right, call sign.
The America Columbia, not the Columbia of our real world.
All right, call sign. Once again, guessing it's going to either be personality or element-based versus animal-based.
Mm-hmm.
I went with Blaze for the first one. Somebody already mentioned the character you showed me that kicked this all off way back when was Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So I know state names aren't off the table.
They can be very interesting, from the extremely personal up to like concepts. So these are the ones I don't expect you to guess.
Let's see.
I'm just having a little fun with it. I don't want to make you like wait in torment for too long, so I'll give it away eventually.
I'm thinking more about her personality too. Like, scientist again, she's got that like straight up and down character posing, which suggests that she's more of a rules follower than a rules breaker. And then the face is giving me like a kind of reserved, possibly shy, but there's also some maternal energy in there. But I don't see anyone else in the artwork with her, so it could also be like maybe she's like holed up in her research facility all by herself, where she just does all her experiments with her robots and her sand creatures.
Okay.
And let's see, based on animals, Jerboa. All right, let's think about. I think I've made my guesses for the other things, so now I'm focusing more on the trying to guess the call sign, figure out if I can crack their naming conventions.
I'll give you this. You will literally never figure this one out. Well,
that's why I'm determined.
Should I give you a hint?
No, don't give me a hint yet. All right.
I'll be a big jerk. I'll just let you stew in it for a little bit.
All right. Yeah, unless it's Usul, unless they're going for the Dune reference and it's Usul, but
it is not a Dune reference.
Okay. Let's see here. We've got a couple threads we can pull here. There's the cowboy thread, the desert sand thread, science thread. Oh, she actually does have like a ponytail or something.
Yeah, she got a little one tied up. Tails? It's kind of hard to see. It is not Tails.
Boots?
So not the Sonic character. Boots? No, her codename is not Boots.
I just noticed her boots are different between the artworks.
I really like this artist because this guy does this, which is not common actually. But this guy actually does. Not only does he just draw the crap out of her, like his Twitter is just full of this chick, which is nice to see, right? He just loves drawing his characters. There's a couple that are like that, but yeah, he puts her in different outfits, and that's an uncommon thing even in this game.
All right, so
don't focus on the boots, is what I'm saying.
I'm never gonna guess it. Don't tell me. I'm just thinking like you can eliminate obvious things like dunes or sandy. Okay, you can give me a hint. Which aspect of her character is it based off of? Like, should I be thinking sand related, personality related, job related?
It's not really any of those. If you didn't play through her story, you're not going to guess it. So it has to do. This is one of those ones where it's her code name. Unlike Blaze, who was like very obvious, her code name is not really indicated by her physical appearance. It's one that is you have to read the story. This is why I'm tormenting you a little bit. I know. I'm about 10 seconds from just giving it away.
Okay, you can send it.
Okay, so
or you can tell me her story, and then I'll see if I can guess it.
Okay, you will guess it if I tell you the story. Her story has a very deliberate XP Wizard of Oz theme.
Oh, Dorothy?
It's Dorothy. Yep. This is Dorothy. Dr. Dorothy Franks. So yeah, you were right in the science thing. Whole trap thing is basically she places sort of drones / mines everywhere, and they crawl around. And she can like sink people in the quicksand and that sort of thing. So
Man,
good pickups on that.
That's not even Wizard of Oz related powers wise, but
It isn't, but I don't want to give too much away.
I guess she has a Tin Man working for her, but
where's Toto? There is a Tin Man. I will give you that. I don't want to say anything else. There is a Tin Man in this game. There's a very deliberate Wizard of Oz like play going on. Also, it's also Evangelion. And actually, surprisingly, those two things are not that far apart from each other, aren't they?
Yeah. I say that. I say that I couldn't actually write you a thesis on why they're similar yet, but my gut's telling me you're correct.
Yep. I would say this. I don't want to make this like the explanation for every character, but like you'd have to read through her story, to see some of the themes. But I think it's super cool. Like again, like this is one of the things that surprised me at this game is like, yeah, it's made by a bunch of guys in China. They're super big into like classic Western literature, which is utterly bizarre. You don't really get that anywhere else. So there's going to be a lot of classic Western literature themes. And I say Western in the general, this includes Russia, which they might not say they're Western. I think they are, but that's an argument for a different time. Let's do, okay, so take the right picture and just click one over to the right. We're going to see Dorothy's first skin. Basically her first outfit you can get in the game. Tell me what you think this is about. Like, make that a little bit bigger. Make that in the center. I don't see if you can pick up on the obvious theme, because it's there if you look closely.
The D20.
Yep.
Dungeon Ride.
Dorothy plays D&D. She is the dungeon master.
Got a couple of characters on the right here, and then yeah, you got a big old dragon coming around there.
So all of these are actually other characters.
It's interesting how they're mashing up like the white wedding gown look with the like, I guess they're basically mashing up the Glinda and the Wicked Witch of the West.
She's even got these little metal tips on her ears. Ryan Labs, don't spoil anything. I don't think we have any Rhiners in this list. I think Dorothy here is the only one.
Oh, you got another cross hidden here coming down from her right hand. Are they just hiding rosaries in all these character designs?
I have my suspicions.
All right,
I don't know anything for sure, but I have my suspicions.
Spot the rosaries. They've got a D12 right there. There's a D6 right there. D4. Okay, yeah. There's dice all over here.
Dorothy is a complicated lady. Morally speaking, very, very, very gray.
Yeah, that's basically what this art is screaming.
Like,
this art screams like
I torture people thing.
Is she like Princess Bubblegum style gray of like, I do a lot of questionable scientific experiments on my subjects?
Well, there's definitely some questionable science going on, and it's done a I know what's good for you kind of vibe. That's kind of the gimmick. I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to give anything away, but
that's
her thing is
to what's her name from Library of Ruina? The main lady, the library.
I know I've heard of this. I never watched / read this thing, so I don't know if I can make the comparison. But yeah, Dorothy's up to some silliness, shall we say? Some things where I know what's best for you and you don't. And one of her main character traits is basically max charisma. She's everybody's friend, somewhat maternal. So you got that vibe right. Yeah.
And this artwork, like white wedding dress, black evil seductress gown, rosary in one hand. It looks like a
There's
evil
there's a
black
halo behind
D12
her. You
in
see
the
that?
other one. It's a halo, but it's wrought out of like black iron.
Black. Yeah. It's like, dude, this is so cool. Like,
You've
props to
got
the artist who drew this.
you've got the
Dude.
light from the stained glass window coming down over the wing of a dragon, and then the spar glass in the background as well.
So our adventurous party is standing off there to the right in black silhouettes.
Hmm.
But yeah, again, 10 out of 10 piece. Like this is how you draw freaking gotcha art, dude.
Dude, the faux 3D thing again too. Like it's like he's drawing. He's like drawing the pop-up parade sculpture.
She's standing on a stage.
Hmm.
We're gonna put the high heel count at 1. This will increment.
Hmm. All right.
All right, we can hop up to the next lady. So first one with Dorothy. Now who is this mysterious lady?
Is this the same character?
There's 2 of her now. Oh my god. Oh, nope, not
nope,
her.
those are two separate characters. Okay. This would be what, Little Red Riding Hood? Or no, this would be
oh, hang on, the right one's not on the correct.
I guess this would be like Little Bo Peep.
Okay, a bit of a vibe. The right one is you want the one that's E2. We're at the right one by 1. Let's see if that pulled in correctly. That might not have on the slideshow. Really, just jump. Okay, so we're missing one. There's a file e2.jpg. Looks like it skipped one.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, E2 and E2 TAC 1. Hang on, let me. Why did that? Wonder if it interprets. Oh, okay. There we go. I just did them in different order.
But you might have been onto something with the Bo Peep theme.
Yeah, there's sheepy vibes here. All right. Okay, so I'm going to say this character is not part of a paramilitary organization.
Okay, good guess.
She is either part of a loose association of witches or just like on her own, doing her own thing. You said they're all magic users, but she has like an overt like fairyland witch vibe.
She's more wizard than the rest of them, perhaps.
Yeah, she's got a staff here, and the only hint of modern tech on her would appear to be are these goggles over her left shoulder and some kind of gas mask around her neck here.
Goggles, yeah.
Gas mask and goggles, and then she's summoning a bunch of sheep out of smoke here. So she's some kind of summoner. And then if the gas mask and goggles are for her own use, then it's also because in addition to summoning sheep, she can probably do like distracting clouds of smoke or fairy magic sparkles, pixie dust.
Okay.
Personality wise,
where do you think she's from?
Based off the Bo Peep theme, I would say, start big to small, European.
That's a pretty safe guess, honestly.
And then Welsh, because of the sheep.
The Welsh. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that. The Welsh don't exist, okay?
Okay. Poor sheep are so lonely in this world.
Oh, God. This might get in trouble. It's like... this one I actually might spoil for you, but I'm gonna let you guess a little bit.
Okay. Like my first guess based off of just like the Bo Peep connection would be that she's English. Although, wait, hang on. Are the Brothers Grimm British, or were they? Why do I not know this?
Where are the Brothers Grimm from?
German.
She's German. So this is going to be a bit of a tone setter. The sheep goat people are all Germans.
Okay.
The cats are all English.
Okay. So they're tying. Are they consistently tying different animals
For the
to
most
different
part.
countries? Okay.
For the most part, there's a little bit of like wiggle room. Like you'll have some people that are just like in real life, right? There was like Germans living in part of the Volga,
right,
in Russia. There were.
Well, I mean, shoot, you had
the
British royalty got supplanted by Germans at one point.
Yeah. So for the most part, it's going to adhere like the different like animals adhere to like different nations. The sheep are German, except for the ones that are also Egyptian. That's a bit of a different one, but yeah.
Okay.
The Holy Roman Empire is alive and well in this universe.
Excellent.
So once you try to guess her code name, I will just tell you her real name, and you'll see.
Okay.
Some of the operators we know their real names, some we do not. Blaze, we do not know. Dorothy, we do because she just signed her real name as her operator name. But this chick, her operator name is not her real name.
Okay. And let's see. Personality-wise, she looks like the quiet loner type.
Okay.
Just based off, like the expression here is like not super like, yeah, I want to talk with everybody. It's like I'm good. I just got my sheep here that I will use to murder you all if you mess with me.
So there's a vibe that I'm going to point you at. If you look at her dress,
all torn up and falling apart.
Maybe. What do you think? What does it look like visually speaking? What does her dress look like?
Like it looks like she's got like a bunch of sheep wool underneath the like torn up portion.
I believe that's partially intentional.
But it also looks sort of like a cloud of smoke, which would fit with the gas mask and goggles vibe.
So you're definitely picking up on it. You're not quite at the right point, but I can tell you're on the right track. You're super close.
It looks sort of just like. So it looks like a mixture of like sheep's wool that's black, so it looks like smoke, but it also looks almost like vegetation.
Does it look a little bit burned to you?
Yes.
There's little specks of fire, little sparks.
Yeah.
Especially in the right art.
So yeah, more burned than torn.
So if you were to look at that, and then also look at the fact that she's got goggles and a gas mask, what would that indicate?
She uses smoke magic.
Sort of.
Or like some kind of fire magic, but not flashy like Blaze's. Like
it's not the same as Blaze, although it is fire based. Blaze is a little bit of a from her personality.
She looks more like a cinder than a Blaze.
Ooh, good guess.
Wait,
that's a really good guess.
Is this one Ember?
It is not Ember. You will literally never guess this code name. This is another one that I'm being a little cheeky by asking you that question, right?
All right, so it's not.
It makes sense.
Is Cinder actually close, or just a good guess?
It's thematically similar, but she's one that uses a real world location as a code name, which is why you wouldn't guess it by guessing concepts or like.
Gotcha. Is it a real world location in Germany or?
Not in Germany, but it is a real world place.
Okay. Is it a place
like 10 seconds?
Hang on, don't tell me yet. Like, is this like a real world place that's like a well known place, or is this like it is
this not a well known place? This is like a I am very smart trivia fact kind of place.
Gotcha, but it is related to.
It's related to her theme.
Oh, like that volcano that erupted, Vesuvius.
Not Vesuvius. Oh, that would have been a good one. Not Etna. Etna. I think you could have done Etna. because that's also a volcano down in Italy, but she's not Italian. So,
Okay, so it's not Etna or Vesuvius.
oh, dude, I think Edna would have been a great second choice for her name. But, okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Hang on. Am I on the right track? Am I on the right track with volcanoes here?
It's volcanoes. Yes,
Right.
it's volcanoes.
Wait,
but
is it?
nobody knows the name of this one.
Hang on.
It's not Krakatoa.
It's not Stromboli. It's not Stromboli.
No,
Or not.
she's not Italian.
Let's see. Wait. What else we got? Mount St. Helen. Helena.
Helen could have been a good one, but it's not Helen.
I'm trying to think of obscure volcanoes.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you in about 5 seconds. Last guess.
What other obscure volcanoes do I know? Can you tell me what continent it's on?
Iceland.
Iceland. Oh, is it the one they fight in front of in the Northman?
I didn't watch the show, so I couldn't say.
It's a great movie. Yes, there's a fight in front of a volcano at the end. Okay, yeah, I don't know the name of that volcano though.
Eyjafjalla. Bit of a mouthful, ain't it?
Hmm.
So this is Eyjafjalla, aka Adele Newman. So you didn't quite pick up on the. She also has a doctorate, like Dorothy.
Hmm.
She just looks like she's 12, a little bit. But she's also a child prodigy kind of type, so went to college early. She's a volcanologist. Does her dress not resemble lava flows?
Yes, now that you point that out, yeah, the way you've got the ribbons coming out from here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and the
It's a
way
cool
you've got
theme,
the one stripe that actually, I like how they extend the blood stripe up the stockings and then just like up to
goes
her
down her
garter
leg,
belt.
yeah. Very cool detail.
Yeah, 'cause now,
Eyjafjalla.
yeah, you've got the lava flow. You've got all the fluffy sheep smoke there.
I won't say any more about the sheep other than that is a story significant for her personal story. Hers is one that isn't like a world-changing event. She has her own like little personal thing going on relating to her parents and such like that. She is going both blind and deaf. Deaf.
She's
That's the word.
She's slowly turning into Helen Keller.
A little bit. It's not super advanced yet, but it's headed that way. So she has rather poor hearing and vision.
So she's got her seeing eye sheep to help her.
The sheep, I will say this, they are real, but they're very supernatural. There's a bit of an interesting backstory going on there, which I don't want to spoil anything of, but I quite enjoyed it. Again, there's some of the stories in this game can be like big world-changing events, and some are just extremely personal ones that relate to like this character specifically and their human problems, while not affecting the world at large. Can we eat the sheep? The sheep I don't think are edible because they can vanish. There's a bit of there's a note in the HR report that some people see them and some people do not.
Interesting.
And if you touch them, they're very warm to touch, almost hot.
Was she only spared from the volcano because she was out tending the sheep when the family farm got hit by lava?
I'll tell you this. She was a child still, and her parents were also volcanologists. So they were up on the mountain, and accidents happened.
And then the spirit that was cast out entered the sheep instead of the swine and ran the herd into the volcano.
So yeah, that's Eyjafjalla.
I like
very strong caster. Actually, one of the launch units. So when the game came out, She was the strongest magic damage type unit in the game. Still one of the best. If for nothing else, that her existing buffs all of their magic users. Just by being on the field. Her third skill is actually just called Volcano, and it just shoots a bunch of fire all over everything in a very large radius. I think they made her too strong. Like, for a launch, even just for a 6-star unit, which is like the top level, Aya just craps all over everything. Even today, like, I don't know, people get into these big debates over like older units. They're like power crept, and they're like, push their glasses up like nerds. I think it just, you have to use your freaking brain, and that Aya is just so generally good that you can just include her on everything, and she's still gonna pull her weight.
Right? That was and like
by existing, she makes the other casters better.
Did you ever play?
Because she gives them
Go on.
Oh, so I was gonna say she buffs other casters just by being on your bench. So, on the fact that she's also just good on her own, very good auto damage. If you use her other skill that people tend to use, spammy AoE damage, I guess is what I would say. That's kind of her theme. There's actually one of the things for this game when they made it, the AoE casters are probably overshadowed because she exists. She's technically speaking a single target caster, but all of her skills do AoE damage, and a lot of it. So it's a funny game balance thing where, yeah.
Did you ever play Hero Escape back in the day?
I've heard of it.
One of the launch characters, Raylan the Curie Warrior, was fantastic and remained like an A or A plus. I don't think the Hero Escape community used S tier back in the day. I think A plus was as good as it got. But she was like, even as the game progressed over the years, she remained like an A tier unit of like, not an auto include, because some lists just like had their own thing they were trying to do that didn't need her. But what she did was she was 80 points, which is very cheap for a hero character, and everyone within 4 hexes of her got +2 defense dice. And it was so good.
That sounds like kind of a similar vibe, yeah.
It was so good that like when they made a new version of the character for the next starter set, they actually buffed the range of her area of effect, but dropped it down to a single defense die.
It's still OP?
And no, that version was like, they also gave that version the ability to do a whirlwind attack against everything adjacent to her, and the old version was still better because the +2 dice, the +2 dice was just such a massive buff.
Yeah, Aya's very much sounds like she's in the same category gameplay wise. They have such a strong character from the start. It's like, what do you even do? It's like it's actually almost a struggle to make a caster that's better, that does not just break the game in half. There are some, the caster class in this game is very interesting, even compared to the other classes. But yeah, Aya good. That's the long and short of it. Let's go ahead.
That's like when
I'm gonna
with magic printing. That's like magic printing lightning bolt in alpha.
Yeah, no,
it's like you set this is the standard. Yeah. This is the standard for a burn spell.
She is the lightning bolt of Ark Knights, except if she costs half an MP instead of 1, so you can just cast it twice. That's basically what you're looking at. So, like, if you on your beginner banner pull her, you're gonna have a good time.
All right,
that's what I'm saying.
Is her call sign Angel? Is that one just a gimme?
No, I thought that myself, but no, it's not the word written on her. She is clearly an angel. That's the papal states. Like there is a pope, and like the people who live there are all angels.
Okay.
Of some variety or another. They speak Latin.
I'm getting tomboy vibes just because if you had only shown me this picture on the right, it reminds me that the hairstyle and face reminds me of Astolfo. And if it weren't a Chinese-made game, I would be like, oh, all right, maybe it's a it's a dude.
No, she is actually a girl. Hot take of the stream. Anyways, the tomboy thing, I will say this outright, is pretty correct.
I like the Chris Vector.
I know, right? Isn't the Chris Vector cool? It's like her subclass is called, it's like snipers. Imagine sniping somebody with a Chris Vector. Her whole gimmick is machine guns and lots of firepower.
We got over here. We got a
on the gameplay side of things.
We got Kalashnikovs. Kalashnikov, AR.
Chat, you're correct. You're correct.
The hoodie's doing good work then.
This is a very common theme with a lot. They're wearing a lot of clothes. So, well, yeah. You'll see with some other ones.
All right. Yeah. This very like. I like the wings, the halo. Okay. Yes. Tomboy vibes. She looks friendly.
Very friendly.
I feel like she would have a dry sense of humor.
She's more like the dad joke kind, just a little bit more than dry.
She okay. Yeah, I can see that because it's like her posing here where she's like giving the peace sign, but she's not like super enthusiastic looking, more just kind of like, sup.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this like the Mori Calliope like team dad kind of character?
Not quite that much. Definitely the word I would use is Genki.
Interesting, because that is not the word I would have guessed.
And I may be using the word incorrectly.
She doesn't look super high energy. Here.
She is.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe that part doesn't come through as much. That's interesting to hear because I hear Genki a lot when people say it. It's like, okay, yeah, that's
I think it's because, at least based off these designs here, the Genkiness would come across as a gap moe because she's got like this, like her hair's covering one eye, so she's got like a more like between the gamer hoodie, the hair over one eye, the generally like, well, she's got a white hoodie, but like the generally otherwise like dark shade of her clothing, and then her kind of like very like subdued looking sort of smile and eyebrows in both these pictures says more like, yeah, has more of that dad energy than like Genki girl energy. and the way that she's given the peace sign here, but it's like her pose remains very like static compared, like there's not a lot of like freneticism or energy in her stance. She's like, I'm standing here with my gun, like, sup, welcome.
Okay.
And then in the other picture here where she's walking forward, like, she doesn't look like Genki, like, oh man, I'm about to engage the fun switch on here. Actually, she's got it in semi-auto, based off the safety position. But a Genki character, I would draw differently. So I mean, yeah, I think they're going for a gap moe then. Of like, she doesn't look like the Genki girl character based off of her posing and expressions in these pictures, which would make it extra endearing when that comes out.
So I have a theory, and you'll see this with some of her co-workers, shall we say. I believe that might be intentional. I don't want to read too much into it, but it's common, so I think that there might be something to that. There's a bit of an intentional duality going on. I'll give you a cook. Oh, actually, where do you? I already told you where she's from. She's from Papal States.
That's something.
What do you think her code name is?
And also, yeah, I would not have guessed Papal States. Just because there's nothing like the. Yeah, I would not know that the angel motif is supposed to be a giveaway that she's from a fantasy.
I feel like it's fair to tell you that just because, yeah, She
Yeah,
doesn't live in Italy, though. I guess
yeah.
maybe that's the thing.
There's not like an Italian or
She's from
Swiss Guard
she's from
vibe.
somewhere else. It's just that all the angel people come from that part. So, and they all have a deep connection with the motherland, shall we say?
Oh, is she Russian? Is that why she's got the Adidas stripe on her tracksuit?
No, she's not Russian. The motherland is it's called Laterano, which is quite literally, you know.
Lateran.
Yeah. Get another message here. Everyone on the table says patron firearm. Oh yeah, they have. That's a thing. That's a little fun story tidbit. You get instead of having a patron saint, you get a patron gun when you come of age, and it's made specifically for you. So they have a weird culture. It's a fun culture. They're all just utter weirdos, and I love them. They're great. But I don't want to say anything more.
All right, let's see. Call sign.
What do you think? It's. Let me say, you would probably eventually guess this one, unlike Aefiala, which you would never guess. But this chick, you'd guess it eventually if you started dipping into some more obscure older terms for angels.
Angels. What? Nephilim. Watchers. What else? Are we talking about like choirs of angels, terms for angels, or?
It is definitely choirs of angels.
Okay.
It's one of them.
All right, let's see.
I'm actually just quizzing your vocab at this point, so
okay.
I don't want to away a little bit.
I don't want to just rattle off all 7 until I get it right. Let me try and figure out which of the 7 they would name her after. Well, I'll go through them. Don't tell me when I get the right one. I want to explain my thought process for each. All right.
I'll let you list them all.
Angel and Archangel both seem like too like obvious. Like that's slightly too generic because those words get used a lot. Out of thrones, powers, and dominions, I think dominion would be the most likely out of those because like throne doesn't quite have the right ring to it. Same with powers. So are we angels, archangels, thrones, powers, dominions, which just leaves seraphim and cherubim. I would almost want to guess dominion just because it's the least. It's the of the ones that are less obvious. It has the best ring to it as a call sign. I think like dominion versus like I don't know, but cherubim or seraphim. Cherubim are the one with the seraphim are the one before the throne of God with 6 wings. The cherubim are the flaming eye-covered wheels. So I'd have to go with either cherubim or dominion.
You'd said it, but in the I think they use the Greek word. So and I don't this one I don't know off the top of my head exactly. I think we have a viewer who knows this. But yeah. My patron firearm will be a Glock 21.
Wait, so it's the Greek term for one of the thrones, or Greek term for one of the
I think
angels?
It's the Greek term. I may be wrong. Believe it or not, I don't know everything exactly right. I might be wrong on some of the stuff. So please bear with me.
Let's see. Terms. Angelus, messenger.
It's modern Greek. Apparently it's modern Greek.
Modern Greek? Okay, hit me with the modern Greek.
I can just say it. It is exousiae.
Okay.
I don't actually know which class of angel that belongs to. I read it once. I don't remember. It's been like 3 or 4 years.
Oh, authority.
Apparently it is, I'm getting a special message. It is apparently power.
Yeah, exousia is an ancient Greek word used in the New Testament, exact meaning of which is debated, but it's generally translated as authority.
Interesting.
And then
she looks pretty motivated to me. So
Exousia are
I don't
the
know.
authorities, the angels who supervise the movements of the heavenly bodies.
Well, she definitely supervises. She shoots a lot too. I
Oh,
mean,
okay, so it is the Greek term for authorities, which is alternatively used for powers in the hierarchy of angels.
I feel like I should know this stuff. I just know that it exists, I guess, is where I'm at.
Which
But yeah,
actually
she's the
is
machine gun
fitting
chick.
because powers are the angels who have power over evil forces, which angels are able to restrain to keep them from doing harm. So
So they have in this game, they have a faith, right? And it's one interesting where Exousia here is unironically very religious, which is something you don't tend to see in Asian media, right?
yeah,
They have
typically
a
it's
different
the
relation with organized religions than we do.
yeah.
Um, so she straight up, if it, you can do the same in the game where you can set a character as your assistant.
Hmm.
So when you're on like the home screen, they'll like talk to you and stuff, right?
So actually, that though because this is a Chinese-made game and not a Japanese-made game, like right, Japan historically does not have a great relationship with Christianity, and you tend to see that reflected in the work they produce. Um, oh, Discord shut out.
Are we back?
Yeah, I think it's a Discord issue, honestly, because like whenever that happens, mine's like spinning like it's trying to reload, but the stream
Interesting.
doesn't drop.
Yeah, the
Um,
stream was fine for me. It's definitely Discord.
I was gonna say it's like Japan specifically is the one that did not have a great relationship with Christianity historically, whereas China, there's some issues in China over like who's calling the shots and appointment of bishops and whatnot, which is the whole thing.
They're definitely doing like the this is the problem that the Orthodox have had with there's a word Caesaropapism, I
Hmm.
think is the one. Basically, it's one where the civilian authorities are having be like too much oversight of like church positions. This was a huge issue with the Holy Roman Empire between him and the Pope.
Hmm.
Um, in the Middle Ages, like uh, secular investiture versus ecclesiastic investiture. Secular investiture is the one where it's like the emperor wanted to be able to appoint bishops inside of his realm,
Hmm.
and the it was the ecclesiastic. There's a different word they use for it, but basically it's like the Pope sets bishops, right?
Hmm.
So
Petran
I just don't know the word off the top of my head. You'd maybe have to Google it, but
or no wait, because
if
what was it? It was like conciliarism versus
this
um
is one of the reasons that the celibacy thing, the rule was implemented. That has a long history, but basically they didn't want dynastic church uh, appointments. They
Mont-
didn't want it to be like passing from father to son over
secular
centuries,
Montanism? No, not
because that
Montanism.
was a problem. Because that's how all power was transferred during that time period, more or less, was on familial lines. So they didn't want that to happen. So the kibosh was put on it, and today we still have priestly celibacy as the rule. Um, so yeah, fun church fact there.
Hmm. Let's see. Investiture controversy.
Now we're going into history. You read that for a second. I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Right. Investiture controversy with two sides. Began as a power struggle between Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV, then king, later Holy Roman Emperor in 1076. Conflict ended in 1122, so this went on for 46 years, so almost 50 years. Via the Concordat of Worms, the agreement required bishops to swear an oath of fealty to the secular monarch, who held authority by the lands, but left selection to the church. It affirmed the right of the church to invest bishops with sacred authority. In Germany, the emperor also retained the right to preside over elections of abbots and bishops above church authorities and to arbitrate disputes. Only Roman emperors renounced the right to choose the pope. In the meantime, there was also a brief but significant investiture struggle between Pope Paschal II and King Henry I of England from 1103 to 1107. Earlier resolution of that conflict, the Concordat of Lund, was very similar to the Concordat of Worms. Were there names for the two sides here? Legacy. Election of leaders. Not given. Oh wait. Not giving any names to the two sides really. Just secular. Well, just monarchs on one hand and the Pope on the other. Let's see, Wild Doge. With Amakuso is considered the first Catholic saint in Japan. This was after the Sengoku era, and the Tokugawa were very strict to foreigners due to the fragile state of Japan just barely united. Tokugawa were very power-hungry, but did so to keep Japan together. This was ended during the Meiji Restoration after the Tokugawa were forcibly kicked by the emperor. If you guys are interested in Japanese history, there's an excellent video called Why Do You Always... hang on, Discord is...
And we're live!
It must be something with my Discord, because every time that happens, I've got the swirly logo.
And here I was making this really eloquent point for like 15 seconds before I realized we weren't in the same chat anymore.
I could not... I could not find... The article didn't say these were the names of the two factions, but then we were on to Wild Doge's comments about the Tokugawa and the Meiji, and I was saying...
Yeah, it's an interesting bit of a study. I've read about it. I think it's fascinating. The English's fault.
There's an excellent video on YouTube called Why Do You Always Kill Gods in JRPGs?
I've seen that one.
Yeah, you think you're gonna watch something about video games. Actually, it was great. I was listening to this with Minna, and he's like, the first hour of this video is just history, Japan's religious history from founding of the country through present. And then in the last 30 minutes, he ties it back into video games. So I'm listening to this in the car with Minna, and it's like history, 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 and then he goes video games, and she's like, "What are we listening to?"
I had a bit of a similar reaction. I was actually riding my bicycle, but yeah, same idea.
Also,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
While we're on the topic of the Meiji Restoration, if you watch Star Wars and choose to put yourself in the 1977 mindset, you don't know what's coming next. The prequels don't exist. You could view what's going on in the first Star Wars as the Emperor via Vader basically attempting to Meiji Restoration himself from the Old Republic.
That's an interesting one, because I guess would you view the other Imperial staff officers as shogunate guys?
So I guess the way you could view it, right, because Darth Vader already has the samurai thing going for his costume.
Yeah.
And he's also considered a relic throwback to the old order. So it's kind of a mix, right? Because you basically have an emperor who has the last samurai working for him. But if you ignore the prequels, then you can kind of envision something where maybe there was an empire. Then the Republic came along where the Emperor became a diminished figure. And so then he was pulling off this plot to dissolve the Senate, elevate his own governors, which will then catapult him and the emperorship back into a place of actual authority.
I hadn't thought of it through that lens before. I mean, I know that the Star Wars has some definitive Buddhist and Japanese elements to it, especially the Jedi. Jediism is just Bushido in a lot of ways.
Have you seen that review of Return of the Jedi by an Orthodox priest?
It's one of those things I've heard mentioned, but I have not seen it. You'll have to link that to me at some point. I'll give it a look.
One one of the coolest points he pulled out from there that I think no one else has brought up before, right? Is like typically the Force is seen as either like this sort of pop Buddhist thing or just kind of like this like sci-fi replacement for God, right?
Mhm.
And this monk's like, no, what the Force is the light side of the Force represents human nature perfected by grace, and the dark side represents human nature enslaved to sin,
Mhm.
which then still leaves room in the Star Wars universe for like actual God to exist on top of the Force,
Hmm.
instead of the universe basically being ruled by a non-personal force that can be good or evil.
It always felt to me it was a little bit Gnostic. Not exactly, but I don't know. We're kind of sidetracking onto Star Wars a little bit, I guess.
Hmm.
Not that's a bad thing, but it's just interesting that the philosophy and like sort of religiosity of Star Wars. Many videos and much ink has been spilled on that topic. So we could do an entire stream about that, honestly.
Hmm.
But yeah. I guess the reason we got here was because we were talking about Exusia here, weren't we?
Yes, yeah. This has been a series of the tangents are the points of these sorts of things.
Angels into Meiji Restoration into Star Wars. But you're right. The China has a different relationship with Christianity than Japan does.
It
So
is.
I see some unironic positive portrayals of it as a foreign thing, as opposed to the very typical Japan evil church of evil problem. This is one of the things I always complained about with Legend of Galactic Heroes, is there is an evil church of evil, and there's no reason for them to be evil.
That is.
They just are. They
That's a,
just are for no freaking reason. It like I'm rewatching it right now, and it just kind of annoyed. It's like r/atheism is just being pasted into the anime from the '80s. I'm like, dude, it didn't even exist yet. But like, I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, we're smack dab in the middle of that arc right now.
Yeah, it's like, come on, guys. It's one of those things where it's a very Japanese thing. And since again, this game is not written by Japanese, it's written by Chinese. They have a different perspective.
Hmm.
It's one that, especially if you're, let's say you're, I think a lot of people who are viewing this right now are into the anime. Otherwise, they would be watching a VTuber. So they may be at least tangentially aware of this aspect of things. But a lot of normies just do not know the difference. They couldn't tell you the difference between a Chinese and a Japanese. They just don't know, and I don't blame them for this. Like, why would your average person on the street know that? They don't live there. But it is an important thing when you look at media that's produced. And even though they both use the anime aesthetic, I think there are meaningful and very baked in differences between the way these two countries produce stuff. And I guess that really does dovetail into this entire thing of talking about character designs.
Yeah, because I was going to say,
I think you can literally see it. You can literally see it. The difference between the way you see stuff coming out of China and coming out of Japan and coming out of Korea, for that matter.
the manhwa style.
Yeah, they've got their own way of doing things, and it's, to me, who is a foreigner to this, is very fascinating. I love reading about and like looking into this kind of stuff, which is again why we are here this morning. That's the whole point of the stream.
So I was gonna say, like, right when you're showing me the Fire Emblem characters, I can make a pretty good guess of like what era of anime inspired them. Whereas I don't have any kind of similar knowledge of like the development of Chinese pop culture art styles. Like, I don't know if there's a conscious decision at one point to start imitating anime, or if it was just like convergent evolution. But I think one thing that's very noticeable that sticks out to me here is, like I mentioned at the start of the Ark Knights portion, like the level of detail on the characters and the way that they're shaded compared to the different Fire Emblem
Fire
designs.
Emblems. Yeah.
I also love the dedication to the technical details on things like guns.
The guns, I can't tell if I love them or if I hate them. There's like, they're all like almost real guns, but they're not, and I'm just like, I look at that and it's like, It's like some kind of mind freak. I'm like, that's clearly a Kalashnikov, and that's clearly a Thompson underneath it. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
like
what
the half
bizarre flavor of AR is on the top? I don't even know. It's just
or
like
the
I
half
look at this and
magwell
I see
here.
range day. Yeah, I see range day where everybody's got their, $2,500 Gucci Glocks and other stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, this is too real to me. Physical pain, pain. What is it? What's the phrase? Pecco, pain, pecco.
Pain
I
Pecco.
think. There you go. That's what it causes to me. I love Exu. She's great. The guns, if I might borrow a turn of phrase from some other people, I am triggered. Hey, there's my dad joke for the stream. But yeah, there's double Exus. Let's see. Who do we
Oh,
have
okay.
next? I don't
Here,
even know who's next.
all right. Now we have Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, you got the Phoenix thing immediately. That's not surprising.
Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of cheating.
they gave it away. Do you
Yeah.
like the chessboard that she's standing on?
Oh, that's a nice touch. And the melted pieces.
Oh yeah. This is
Okay.
dare I say, Kano.
This is a pretty good design. All right, because we got all right. So she's clearly part of an organization. You can see the ID tags there. She's got some kind of communicator up on her shoulder here.
But we have a audience submission. The Papal States includes a sizable minority of bird people.
Hmm.
So it's a little bit of a giveaway, but yeah.
So this is another Papal States character, which yeah, you can see the church in the background here of that art.
Yep.
And I mean, also makes sense because the phoenix is a symbol of Christ.
Yep. She's got a
Dies and
rebirth
reborn.
motif going on.
Let's see.
So fun gameplay fact. She drains her own health continuously once she's deployed.
What happens when she dies? Reborn, or
she does not die, but if you keep her health high enough, she gets an attack bonus. So park a medic on her. Is basically what the idea is, and she'll kill everything.
I like the bayonet on the pistol.
I know, right? It's like, when would you use this?
It's like it. Well, so she's a phoenix. That's basically her talon.
Yeah. Do you notice how her skirt is feathers?
It's a wonderful detail. Well, and it's like, well, is her skirt feathers, or is that looks like it's attached to her jacket?
So it's a little bit inconsistent sometimes, but for the most part, yeah, those are her actual feathers. They do have plumage, so to speak.
I love.
There's like they're a little bit featherish. You'll see this more with some other bird characters. They have slightly feathery hair, or sometimes literally just feathers for hair. Again, this is up to artist interpretation sometimes. Some artists will give them more of this, and some will give them less of this. It just depends.
I like that. Like, because that feels more like you're illustrating a character from a book, where there is some ambiguity that the artists can fill in.
Yeah, they give them leeway, is my understanding.
Like, do Balrogs have wings?
So yeah, her feathers come out of her back, and her clothes are like sort of designed to work around that. Just a cool detail.
I love that the way they draw the red in her hair, you can either see it as she's got like the hair starts is this like platinum blonde and eventually turns red, but it also looks like she's just been killing a bunch of people in melee and it's gotten a nice blood stain effect going.
So I would venture to say that she might actually shoot rather than stab most of the time.
She does have a very long primary weapon there with some very large caliber bullets coming off her left hip there. Along with, it looks like, plenty of reloads.
Lots of ammunition.
So I'm guessing you park her in the rear with the medic and just snipe across the board with her.
Basically, that is correct. So what do you think her personality's like? Like, if you looked at this chick and be like, oh, I know what she's like, what would you think?
She looks more like cool, collected sniper type, right? So this fire-based character, as opposed to
Blaze.
as opposed to Blaze, right? Like Blaze looks like playful and cheery. She looks much more business-like, and like she's
What's our favorite phrase around here? Gap moe, maybe? I don't know. A little bit of that. There's dualism. Dualism is the word I will use.
Yeah, like Blaze looks more like she's what am I trying to say? Phoenix looks like she is much better at Blaze at like keeping the fire under wraps until she wants to use it. Right? Like this is the character that has learned to like control her pyrokinetic abilities very well.
Controlling
and so
the,
if she
the anger,
like
perhaps.
this Phoenix here behind her is very deliberate versus being like something that just happens when she gets mad.
Okay. So what do you think is her silly code name?
Oh, it's not Phoenix?
It is actually not Phoenix, and this is a bit of this is a cheeky question. So in universe, she gets her assignments from the Swiss Guard, or the equivalent of it, and they love to torment her by changing her code name every single mission. So it's actually not the same thing. So in response to this, as far as the player is concerned, she just uses her real name as her code name instead of. let me list a couple of them. One-armed chainsaw man is one of them. There's there's a couple others. I don't even remember them all. There's too many. Like, there's literally a group of old dudes in command just screwing with her by changing her code name every time, and they use like crappy movie titles.
Firebird.
So, Firebird. No, it's not Firebird. Again, it's in Italian, so I it's just a given name in Italian. So
I was thinking of movie titles. Firebird, Airwolf. Some design stuff I like about her. I like the way that the sleeves on her jacket are done. Looks like
spicy chicken. Sorry. That's her meme name. Her meme name is Spicy Chicken.
Spicy Chicken.
KFC is often quoted. There was a KFC collab with Ark Knights in China. Like, that actually happened. So fantastic. People draw her inside of the KFC bucket. She's a nice lady. I would never want to consume her. Like, you know.
I like the way the jacket has got the like not a tabard, but it's got what's the thing called that like medievals would wear? It's not the tabard, and it's not the
Gambeson?
No, not the gambeson, and it's not the gorget either. But it's like the goes over the shoulders, but doesn't really fall past like the upper portion of the chest. That you'll see it like crenellated as well. I think I would just
use the term cloak. Capelet.
Yeah, she's got that.
We're getting radio from the audience. Capelet is what it's called. I can't say I've ever heard the word before. Well, I have, but I just don't know. So yeah.
But yeah, I like that since she is a member of the working for the Swiss Guard. I like the historic vibe that adds to the streetwear look, and I also like how they just cut the tie off there. Both from a design perspective, because it means that you still add visual interest to the character, but without having to then torment the artist by being like, now draw the way that the tie like bends around and just kind of hangs there.
If this was Fire Emblem in current year, her necktie would be like 10 times the size and be going all around her body, like lace.
Yeah. Well, the other fun thing
Not to
too
rip on Fire
is
Emblem,
that,
but that's the current trend.
Because she is a phoenix, aka a flying creature, after a pilot solos, they get their tie cut by their instructor.
Ah, I've never heard of this.
Because back in the day, before you had ICS in the cockpit, where like a front and back pilots could talk to each other, the instructor would ride in the back, and the students in the front, and they're wearing their old timey aviator cap and goggles and their big old scarf. And so when the student's messing up in the front, the instructor doesn't want to take the controls away from him. He can communicate to the student by tugging on the student's scarf to be like, "Hey, turn left, you idiot."
That's cool.
And so once he solos, he no longer needs the scarf to be tugged, and so the scarf would be cut. We don't fly with scarves anymore. Free bird. Yeah, we don't fly with scarves anymore, so instead her tie's been cut. Yeah, they'll do.
Oh, that's actually thematically rather appropriate.
When I soloed for my civilian license, it was actually a shirt cutting, so they like cut up the back of a t-shirt, and then military flight school they still do the tie cutting, so you have to like go buy a tie to bring to your tie cutting, and then your instructor will slice it for you. And the higher they cut it is supposed to indicate like the more they think like, yeah, this guy's solid.
Nice. Okay, that's a cool detail.
Yeah, so I don't know.
It's interesting too, given that she is on the short list for joining what they call the Apostolic Knights, which is like the super Swiss Guard, if you want to think of it that way. First non-angel to be allowed into that, potentially, even though she said no for various reasons.
I'm really curious if they knew, like, if the character designer knows that bit of aviation lore, or if they're just like, I don't want to draw this tie and have to deal with like how it's supposed to drape over her chest. I just want a visually interesting piece of clothing.
Attention to detail and other things, I would not be surprised if they did. We can't know for sure. Some stuff's been revealed in interviews, and it's all in Chinese, so it's like you kind of get it secondhand. But it is very possible, is the way I will describe this. Go ahead and on the right picture, click one more over to the right, please. We'll have this chick's first outfit that you can purchase for the low price of X dollars.
That's cool.
You might notice something similar to Dorothy's outfit, especially if you look at the very top.
You got more dice.
She's part of Dorothy's D&D group. Yeah.
Yep, you got the dice. You got what could be a board down there, and like character sheets and cards. And a knight giving the thumbs up.
That's her adopted father, basically. He is one of the Apostolic Knights, which means he has a minigun, like Fallout style. His name is Patrician. He's the one giving her stupid code names. It's like mostly his fault.
He's a good dad.
This dude is like the definition of based. He's hilarious.
Like, I also like this detail.
The cutscene she shows up in, he is absolutely hilarious.
I like this detail of the person that was holding like the pie falling in the background.
Who do you think that is? There's only one person. I didn't give you this one away. There's only one person that apple pie refers to.
Is that Texas?
That's Exuzii, actually. So
should I know this from the gloves?
They have a relationship.
Oh yeah, because it's the shooting gloves.
They have a relationship. I'll put it that way. But there's another individual who we might get to later, depending on how late we go. But there's a couple key characters going on here. But this is I will tell you her code name because you will never guess it, because they keep changing it. Right. Her code name is Fiammetta, which is Italian for little flame.
Hmm.
So she just uses her given name as her code name because she's tired of the idiots back at command changing it constantly. So this
AKA
is a
her
Fia meta, or
dad.
AKA Fia is mostly how she's referred to as.
Hmm.
So you got the things right. She's kind of a reserved lady, a little bit on the serious side, a little bit of a by the books type.
Yeah, because like her underneath the jacket, like the rest of her outfit is kind of like office lady looking.
Oh
You
else,
know,
huh? Yeah, a little bit.
like she's got a collared shirt with a tie, a collar button up shirt with a
To put this
tie.
in another perspective, she is an official papally ordained Tard Wrangler for another character. So, yeah, it's a long story.
Hmm.
But she's a business lady. She gets the job done, and then she plays D&D at her off time.
Yeah, the way the facial expressions on all these characters are really well done, as far as instantly telling you like kind of personality type.
Yeah. So this is the same artist that did Texas, who you'll see later, and some
Hmm.
other characters. Um,
Does he have a type?
yes and no. I think this is the same artist as X Suzy. I don't want to say that off exactly because I'm not sure. I don't have the Wikipedia page or anything up. But she is one of the characters that was in the game almost from launch, and it was like 3 years later that she finally gets added as a usable character. Um,
Hmm.
there's a phrase "getting out of NPC jail" is what that's referred to as. Sophia here, we did not know her name until she got released. We just knew her by her like 11 code names.
Hmm.
Um, and it turns out she's really good. She's a bit of a niche sort of tech unit. There's only certain maps given her interesting attack range. There's only certain maps you can really take advantage of her on, but she is extremely strong when you can, which is to still say like 70% of the time, right? Like
Hmm.
one of the units that gets consistently underrated, and I don't like there's like YouTube tier lists people make, and they're like, this unit's very good at this. They totally underrate Fia meta. She craps all over the game half the time, more than half the time. But you have to use your brain just a little bit, and that's like too much for most players, right?
Hmm.
She's very, very strong.
She
Because
sounds like my
that
kind
big
of unit
gun
then.
of hers, that big gun of hers is like a 155.
Hmm.
Um, not quite that big, but like she is your artillery piece. You park her in the back, and if you can get her set up correctly, she'll just bombard the action area of the stage, and everything just dies. One of the better buff recipients, actually. If a big part of this game is buffing, so something like, oh, this unit can cast a skill that gives 90% attack to a unit, that is insanely broken, and that's also a launch unit. So you know, Fia good. That's what I'm saying.
She
Okay,
sounds
let's
she
go
sounds
ahead.
like my kind of unit.
If you're into some of the more like from the back kind of playstyle, so to speak, yeah, you'll like Fia.
Hmm.
Okay, next unit.
Aww. She looks, I'm guessing Polish based off the way they're spelling police there.
How the frick did you guess that?
The way they spelled police.
Well, I know, but like, I'm amazed that you actually nailed that instantly. Yeah, she's Polish.
Oh, I also like the tracksuit blood stripes on her trousers.
So what do you think this chick does for a living?
Um,
Do you think she's part of the police? Durr.
Maybe I'm getting that vibe, you know? We got like the riot
I,
mask,
what could say this?
the police
What could possibly suggesting this?
the police armband. I like the little like pizza and broccoli and something or other pins she's got on her jacket belts.
She's a bit of a foodie.
Hmm. And then she's got an upside down pseudo Medal of Honor looking badge. Oh, actually, that looks like the Science Patrol communicator pin from the original Ultraman.
That is beyond me.
Yeah, that like they changed the colors, but that's like, hang on.
Go ahead and bring that up. I want to see it.
Now also our lo-fi stopped.
Uh-oh. If restart the whole playlist, we've only been going for 3 hours. That's fine though. I'm not in a rush. We can even definitely part 2 this.
I think so,
If you
because
want.
we still have like 40 pictures to go in this.
We don't have to go through
slideshow.
all of them. I could literally just keep going for 6 more hours. It's morning for me, so it's I understand you need to go to bed before 5 a.m. But,
yeah, before.
we'll do a few more, and we can just jump back at this some on later date as well. I could add more characters. I could add some. I have a few from some other series as well, just for comparison's sake, because I just find this a very fascinating topic. And you're my most willing test subject. So
I can talk about character design for ages. Honestly,
good.
I should probably
Monster.
I should probably do more streams like this than gaming because, well, tons of people do gaming, and this is something I'm actually like. Character design is my
passion. There's very little of this on YouTube. Graphic design is my passion. You should see my stream overlay, dude. Well, I'll show you at some point when I get back to Elden Ring. Maybe in a week or two.
I just copy paste this into OBS.
It is cursed. It is cursed.
Let's see, image. No, wait.
I went out of my way to make it as awful and busy as possible. So,
Imagine if you could stream on GeoCities back in the day. That's the look I'm going for.
Dude. Oh, boomer moment here. Neo Geo. Man. Tempest Fugit.
Let's work. Yeah, there we go. So this is worn with the star upright like hers is.
Dude. Oh, I gotta move it off her head. Oh, that's really close.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that, because it looks.
Would not be surprised.
Right, if you flip that upside down, then it looks like a Medal of Honor, but with the color on the ribbons wrong. But right side up, I bet that's what that is.
They're again, the artists here have a serious level of tism going on. The level of detail is exceptionally over the top for what you'd expect from a gacha game. Which is why we're here and why I'm nerding out about it a little bit, right?
Also, so, no points for guessing.
Part of the police.
No points for guessing she's a horse girl from her ponytail and the giant spectral horse over here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway in it. So what do you think her personality is like? If you were to walk up on the street and talk to this chick,
now
or she arrests you, I don't know. What do you think she would say?
She looks like the Genki girl, right? She's got the wink, the playful smile, the playful salute with the wrong hand. I mean, no, I don't think they salute with the left hand.
Dare I say it? She is maybe even a sweetie pie, as your Southern grandmother might say. She's the girl your Southern grandmother would want you to marry, right?
She's a nice young girl. You should let her arrest you more often.
She has these weird thigh cutouts. Why? Well, that's the artist.
Yeah, grandma doesn't.
She has a cinnamon roll. But... Correct. If anything bad happens to her, I will kill everyone in this chat and then myself. Gotta complete the meme, right? But yeah, cinnamon roll.
I like the small detail of right, mostly modern looking design, but then they've got the armor on her shoulders, the armored van braces, and then the armored greaves here. But then
she's got 11,000 Tetsuya Nomura straps on her coat.
Above the Converses here.
There is definitely some modern shoe wear.
I really like this blend.
That's funny.
Quirky got arrested.
Yeah,
just jokes. Don't mind what I'm putting in the mail.
I'm just being a quirked up white boy. That's how I met my wife, right? I did a crime. No, but
I like her multi-section folding scythe staff weapon.
Fun point. That's a projectile weapon.
Wait, is it launch like the spear, or is it like a charged energy attack?
It has an energy weapon built into it. Also, it explodes. Oh, it's a long story. Let me put it this way: it's multifaceted. Very cool piece of kit.
The way she's drawn in this art over here, like it almost looks like a scythe just because the way the energy lines are drawn coming around it.
Like a big circle. I could see her being able to do backflips. Like on command, just boom, backflip.
I like
she has a pretty agile, right?
There's some other nice details in here too, right? You've got like these like rank chevron motifs across her uniform. You've got the black and white checkers like the British police have. You got the double red blood stripe.
She's part of the Mounties in this universe. So you got the British thing correct. Polish immigrant joins the British police.
Wait, she's a Polish Mountie?
She works for the English. Yes, her family's from Poland. One of those funny details that actually comes back and matters later on, right? Now, this lady is part of a very long-running and influential, shall we say, side story in the game. And it's all her fault, but like not actually her fault because she's precious and never did anything wrong. But I guarantee we're going to be seeing more of her later. We already have some. I just know that the devs they're cooking something. She's too much of a favorite. So this is like in the category of special treatment girl. I can just tell, you know. She was the first unit added to the game after launch.
By fan demand,
so
or
she's
like
better.
The devs know how to read the tea leaves and be like
a little bit of both. So I just know we're gonna be seeing more of her later. It's just a matter of time. So if you okay, so let's direct this way instead. What if you were like talk to her? What do you think of like the most defining, just as a personal, like interpersonal relations kind of traits? Like, what do you think she's like just talking to? You already said Genki, and that's correct.
She's
any
probably,
other things stand out?
She's probably like my wife.
I have not met your wife yet, so I can't say.
Okay, but, if there's anyone in chat that both watches Mina Vanilla stream and has played Ark Knights, am I correct or am I way off?
My hazardous guess would be correct, but I just don't know.
Like Genki, energetic, and if you don't cut her off, she will keep talking.
Oh, that part's correct. Likes pizza.
Wild Dish says I'm on point.
You see the pizza little thing? Yeah, she's a big pizza lover.
Yeah, we got fried egg, pizza, and broccoli.
To the point where there's multiple official character arts of her eating pizza. Like it's not, and she's not even Italian. We will be seeing Italians later, believe you me. But she loves pizza.
The Polish Mountie is more Italian than the Italians.
Don't tell them that; they'll stab you. But like literally. So okay, I'll give you what you will never guess her codename either. Although I will give you a hint, it is mythological in origin.
Bucephalus.
Persepolis? No. But good guess. That's a really good guess.
Let's see, Bellerophon.
Bellerophon? No, but good guess. It is horse themed, so you're definitely hitting like the right notes.
Let's see, Aponia. No,
this is more of a quiz if you're like mythological
knowledge. All right.
It's not Epona. Okay.
All right. What else did we have here? Sleipnir.
Not Sleipnir. Nope.
That's probably some Polish horse that I don't know about. Let's see.
Just string consonants together and eventually like this. You know?
I'm like, I don't know anything about Polish mythology.
So I'll just go ahead and tell you. This is Granny. This is Sleipnir's daughter.
Oh, I was so close.
It's Sigurd's horse from the epic.
Okay.
So yeah, this is Granny. We don't know her real name. As far as we know, it's just Granny. It might be her given name. And
Do they
she has
spell it?
descended from a
Do they spell it?
Grani.
Yeah.
Granny. So people make grandma jokes,
Hmm.
as one should.
But
She is descended from a proud and noble bloodline of knights. She has like super justiceism, if you want to think of it that way. Like, oh, I gotta catch the criminal. Yeah, you know.
The fact that she's got,
I would say vaguely Sonic-like, in some ways.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, the armored greaves. Yeah, the fact that they like armored up her design, even though like you could have just gone with like streetwear boots or something, is a nice touch for that.
She's known for being very, very fast in a foot race. She's also lightweight.
Yeah, they gave her good shoes for that. Well, actually, no, for a foot race, you probably wouldn't want the ankle shank on the boot, but they didn't give her platform shoes or high heels, so like.
Exactly. Good on picking that up, dude. Nice. You're starting to nail this. But yeah,
And the fact that she's got she has the tracksuit pants too, with the bizarre.
Wild Doge points out a very
cutouts,
important point. Her like visor. I don't know what they call those, just visors maybe, but it's like a flip down for like a knight's helmet.
Oh, and the fact that they gave her the gray hair too, like she's got armor colored hair, so like if you flipped that visor down, her whole head's gonna be armor gray.
Or like a helmet. No.
Yeah. I also like the ponytail. The ponytail on the horse character is also a nice touch.
Yeah, very good at making friends. Unlike some other characters in this list. Dorothy.
I think this is literally my wife.
Well, go ahead and show her this and see what she thinks.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Granny. Important, tertiary important character. I don't know how to describe it. I have this just gut feeling we're gonna be seeing a lot more of her as the game's story goes on. There's no way she's not showing up again. She is prime alt material, as they say.
Wait, alt or alt?
Like as an altar, you know, like that's the thing they do in a lot of these gachas. It's like basically if you think of them as like Fire Emblem time skip style thing, it's like character but more mature and capable.
Please tell me someone's done it all the way up to true grandma level.
I actually don't know if that exists. I wouldn't be surprised. But Granny here, I think, is going to be one we're going to be seeing soon. I will give you a little bit of a spoiler. We've already seen it for Texas. So, yeah. So let's take a look at the list check. See, when is our first male? Not for like a couple more. We can skip overview and come back to them later too if you want to like bounce around a little bit. We don't have to do it in order, necessarily speaking. Right. But just whatever we feel.
All right, you know what? Next character we do, I'm not going to go to the alt art first. I need to actually have to do a fair rep at guessing what animal they are.
Yeah, this gives it away, doesn't it?
Yeah, the coyotes in the background.
You will not guess the next character.
Okay. Let's make the next character the last one then. So we'll do this one and the next one, and then it's 2 in the morning. We'll come back for
round 2 later.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's late, dude.
All right.
Actually, it's late for me. I didn't realize that.
So based off of the coyotes and the land, I was going to guess American or Colombian, but she does have a very monarchical looking seal on the front of her tower shield. So now I'm conflicted. So we'll come back to that. Well, and also the the way her outer jacket is cut here is reminding me of a specific type of clothing, but I cannot place it right now. Is she Scottish?
She is not Scottish. There is a Scottish character. She's not in this pack, so I might update it later. But yeah, she is not Scottish.
You know, based off the terrain in this art, I am going to go with North American, but or at least
Okay.
she's from North America, but it looks like she's serving some European power.
Okay.
She's got the ID card. Like the tech's all too sophisticated. Like she's definitely part of a military, or she's part of an organization. And she is definitely like like personality wise, I don't think she's hiding anything. I think she will talk to you tell you exactly how she feels about you, good or bad.
Okay. So honesty, maybe kind of an upfront attitude is what you're guessing.
Yeah, especially the second picture here, like both like the attitude in the face, the stance, the clothing choices, like she's not really trying to hide anything. Like she's just like, this is me. I am the berserker.
What do you think about her weapons? What do you think those do?
So it looks like she has. So the shield on her left arm has a gun in it. So actually, it may just be a cannon with shrouding on it than a true shield. But she's got a massive cannon on one arm that looks like the tubes connect to the other side, which also has some cooling vents at the bottom. So I feel like in gameplay terms, like they look like they can be utilized as shields, but I think it's actually like a massive cannon and a massive power pack associated with the cannon, along with carrying the ammo, because you've got the same rod loaded into the cannon as she has several of those rods located in like the power pack / shield. So she almost
Good
looks
instinct.
like a living like siege weapon, right? Like she can go in place, get all set up. Once she's all established, she can then fire her big gun and also has defensive bonuses compared to if she's just running around or closing into melee someone with a giant sword.
That is exactly 100% accurate. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? You can see from what she looks like, what does she do? It even shows in the gameplay. She's what we call an artillery defender. So she has the big cannon, she shoots the big guns, and is one of the most broken characters in the game. Again, it's like, and I don't even think the devs were intending this. I think they inadvertently made her too strong. Yeah, no, she's good. She's really good. Like big cannons, big defense. You are correct. She is part of the defender subclass. So they say she's a defensive unit, whereas she's one of the most powerfully offensive units in the entire game. It just breaks a bunch of stuff in half just by existing. She reveals invisibility because she fires flares, right? It's like, yeah. I won't tell you. I won't tell you her name yet. I want to see you guess it. There is a theme. She is a leader of a squad of basically SAS. If you want to think of it that way.
Okay. Okay, so she is working for a Commonwealth country.
Yeah, there is a theme to her squad names, and we'll see one of the other chicks later on.
Okay, I like the striping. I like the striping on her stockings. Okay, so she is working for a Commonwealth country. Am I correct that she is originally from North America?
She is English.
Okay, just straight up.
Technically speaking, all wolves are Italian. But sometimes they left the mother country very, very long time ago, so she's English.
Okay.
In that sense. And she is nobility. Which is less common than Fire Emblem, I'll tell you that. Much less common than Fire Emblem.
Yeah, she's got this like looks like some kind of fairly significant pendant around her neck.
We don't know what that is yet. Yeah, she's got the same thing as Blaze. By the way, same artist. She's got the little earpiece going in.
Yep.
She's got the same headband. Like
she also got fire powers.
Vaguely fires. Yeah, there's been an interesting bit of fan art about them being like twins. They're actually not. They're not related in the slightest in any way. But they're drawn by the same artist, and they have a similar aesthetic.
Okay, and let's see.
Vaguely military, vaguely gear.
She's a
vaguely headband.
She's a British wolf. So is her call sign Baskerville?
Baskerville? No, but good guess. There's a theme to her squad's name, or naming convention, and it's not Baskerville. It's I don't want to just tell it to you,
no,
but I also kind of want to tell it to you because I don't want you to just sit here and guess for 20 minutes. I know you need to go to bed, but
well, can you tell me like her squad, like generally what her squad's naming convention is, or is that too much of a hint?
So the squad is called the Tempest Unit, or Tempest Platoon, and their theme is musical instruments.
Okay, Tempest Platoon.
We're probably not going to get to a Sledgehammer unit today, but next time.
I'm glad you told me musical instruments, because otherwise I was going to start guessing like
you were never going to guess this one.
Ariel or Caliban or something.
The naming conventions I think are mostly hard to guess. Mostly, there's a couple obvious ones, but mostly I don't know. You have to like read the character's story.
Okay,
that's usually how to do it. It's a difference from like you could look at Fire Emblem and say, okay, that's the Pegasus Knight. And there might be like certain naming conventions you would look at. Here they're a little bit different because this is a very text-heavy game. Lots of dialogue, like lots of reading. I'm talking like Lord of the Rings length for some events.
Okay,
like for,
so
like, one of the books.
Think of this as a visual novel with a tower defense game attached to it.
It's very visual novel. And they're starting to push past that. I think they're making some important improvements, but I'll say that for a later discussion.
Okay. All right. So
it's lots of remember Western literature.
Okay. Tempest Squad. Musical instrument name. Which Tempest would suggest you're going with like brass or woodwind instruments.
Okay.
But most of those would sound really silly as a call sign, like trombone, bassoon, tuba.
There is a different guy whose call sign is bassline.
Trying to think what
he has a tube. He has a tuba. He is not related to this platoon at all. It's just a funny coincidence.
Tempest Platoon named after musical instruments. Lyre?
Lyre? No, not lyre. I don't think there's anything that would suggest a string instrument with her get up.
Yeah. Let's see. Wolves Howl to the Moon.
Oh, you're onto something.
Clarion. Alright. Wolves Howl to the Moon. Tempest. Moon. Tempest. Wolves. Howling. Is it a really obscure instrument, or is it like a pretty commonly known instrument?
It's a common instrument, but it's not the name that it's probably most known by.
They Oliphant, but she's not French. And she's not elephant themed either.
Very not French. Here's a fun tidbit. France, after the Napoleonic Wars in this universe, was partitioned. They were not like left alone. They actually got split up entirely. So France does not exist, and that is a plot
this universe becomes Super Earth then?
Yes. There is no France. There's no French. There are French people, so maybe it's not Super Earth, but
all right, so it's the
long-running background struggle is that the French want their nation back. She is not French in the slightest.
So it's an uncommon name for a common instrument.
Once you guess it, you're gonna facepalm.
Hmm.
In the universe where France gets stuck on. So it literally took the Witch King of Angmar to destroy France. This universe, like, they had a battle. They had the Battle of the Four Emperors, which is like not Austerlitz. It's they had a Waterloo basically back in the day, about 100 years before the game happens, and the guy who is the Emperor of Germany is like basically Voldemort / Hitler, if you want to think of it that way. And he's the most powerful wizard that ever lived, and he just freaking LeBron the French, right? He just took him and he just shoved him in the basket. He's like, oh, that's basically what happened. And you know,
I'm trying to think of an instrument that sounds good as a name too, like oboe doesn't really make a good name.
Oboe is one of her squad mates.
Okay,
you're on the right track.
There. Didgeridoo?
No.
Alright, now it's just testing my instrument trivia knowledge. Oboe, didgeridoo.
Let's go. How many instruments do you know?
Clarinet, trumpet.
Triangle. Clarinet. Triangle is one for squad members.
Triangle. Okay, so let's see. Oboe.
I pity the guy who got call signed Triangle. Like, what did you have to do to get that name?
Oboe.
I don't even know.
Triangle.
Oboe is a squad member.
I'm trying to figure out how the Tempest ties into it. Howling to the Moon.
I think it's more of a cool name than related to their call signs.
Oboe, Triangle. Okay, so it's not all woodwinds.
It's not all woodwinds.
Oboe,
but it is
Triangle.
Tuba is not there.
Trumpet, clarinet, clarion.
Sorry, I'm just tormenting Miliardo once again. Like, this is very amusing to me.
Horn.
It's like, how many instruments does he know?
Wait, bugle?
Let's put it to the test. Bugle, close.
All right.
But no, they would not call her bugle if it doesn't roll off the tongue quite right.
No. Not bugle. Taps.
You're close.
Bugle, taps, trumpet.
Keep going. Thesaurus, synonyms. Let's go. You're so close. Shh. That.
Bugle,
Don't say
horn.
Say what? Say what?
Horn?
It's horn.
I said horn like 3 times.
Oh, frick, I didn't hear you. You were too quiet. Okay. No,
okay, here.
Her call sign is horn.
I should scoot closer to the mic. Yeah, I said horn a while ago.
Oh, I didn't hear it at all.
That's all right. Apparently no one in chat did either, so I need to get closer to the mic, clearly.
So her real name is Rita Scamandros. You probably wouldn't have guessed Rita, but she is often called just Rita.
She looks like a Scamandros.
Yeah, she's English nobility.
Oh yeah, because horn.
Time, like,
okay, I see the clue you're trying to give me with the moon now, because you have a horn moon.
And the wolves are all howling.
And horn rolls off the tongue nicely.
It does. She has a squad mate with a different name. You will immediately guess it as soon as I show you her, but we'll do that next stream. So, Horn here is she's a military lady. Long-term family military service to the Crown of England. The Scamandros family has been serving the kings for like centuries, it's one of those deals. Given the full moon, would that imply anything? Given that she's like wolf girl type thing, what would that make you guess?
Werewolf girl?
She is, as far as we know, the only actual werewolf.
Oh, in that case, I have a theory about her necklace then.
Do tell.
Okay, just because this is spoilers for my light novel if I ever actually finish it and get it published. But I have a werewolf girl of my own in my story.
There you go.
and the necklace she wears is a moonstone that basically acts as a battery for lunar energy, so that she can use her werewolf powers even if she is not doesn't have access to a full moon or any moonlight. She can basically draw on her moonlight battery.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually never thought of that. That's a cool idea.
So if that's what they end up revealing at some point,
I will let you know if you called it. We
I
just
called
don't
it here.
know if the necklace is significant.
I called it here,
and
even if they do that before I publish my book, you know I didn't steal the idea from them.
Yeah. Yeah, Rita here is again, military lady, sees a lot of action. She's one of the prime characters in the second main story arc, where there is basically a civil war in Britain. And bad stuff happens. What else can I say?
Do the Cavaliers or the Roundheads win this round?
I don't know yet. They haven't finished the story arc. Also, there's some other people there that are complicating the issue. Is part of it. Is what I'll say. So we just don't know. There is an Oliver Cromwell, sort of. It's more like the Troubles. It is a little bit. God, if you keep deleting it that fast, I can't even read them before you delete it. Okay.
Do you just want to hop in the chat with us?
You chat member, not you chat member YouTube, but you other chat member, you can.
I finally realized what other chat you were referring to.
Yeah, I know. We keep getting Discord messages, YouTube, and then he deletes them like 2 seconds after you post it, so I can't even finish reading it. There is actually a time of troubles with the Irish going on. There's a lot happening. Sorry, YouTube chat. We keep getting Discord messages from other fella. So that's why everybody should just be in the YouTube chat so we can just read it there, right? Otherwise, I just start getting. They get confused. I get confused. It's a mess. But yeah, it's a complicated place. So Rita here went to military school and made friends with some other characters we will see later. And she's like super cool, like valedictorian of the class, best girl, donut steal OC, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm getting the Rin Tosaka vibes from her.
Hyper competent is maybe a word you would use. So she gets tasked with all the awful jobs that the military wants done, and it causes her much personal strife. And this chick needs a vacation. That's the way I would describe it. She just needs to be off of work for like 6 months and just like go to Italy and just like take a beach vacation because her job sucks.
Yeah,
it's basically like I am fighting 24/7 for like years on end, and I have no breaks. It's amazing she hasn't gone insane yet.
She looks a little put out in the picture on the left. Like whatever you have to say to me,
she's a little put out.
Better be important.
She has an independent command, so that helps. So she's not like directly answering to a superior every 2 seconds, like a lot of other places might happen. Again, very military, unlike Blaze, who is not part of an official military. Even though they actually might look somewhat similar in their getup, and they actually are very similar in their outfitting. Blaze is a paramilitary belonging to Rhodes Island Corporation. Rita here works for the Victorian military, so both similar and different, right? If you catch my drift. You'll see different command structures, which is something they actually represent in this game, which is unusual, again. Yeah, I like Rita. She's one of the strongest units in the game. You might have picked up a theme here. I did throw a lot of units into this... I shouldn't say units, characters. I threw a lot into this this particular stockpile that are, gameplay-wise, very, very, very good.
Well, I'm glad that the good character designs have stats to back them up.
They do have the stats to back them up. Going on the right picture, click right once. Rita here has an extra skin that we can just take a quick look at before we finish for today.
Aww.
So you may
you
be
can
able to pick
tell
up.
that she is not too happy about wearing that.
She is not happy that she's in the photo op. You're correct. Very, very much on her personality. Are you picking up a particular mythological vibe here? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm getting, something about strange women lying in ponds distributing swords.
Basis of government? Yeah, baby. She is pretty much the Lady of the Lake of this entire story. She's sort of a paragon for English values in some sense. Very morally upstanding. Very, I don't know what to say. She's the kind of girl that would not like to be in a swimsuit. So a swimsuit shoot. Excuse me, swimsuit shoot, swim shoot. There you go. But she's, unfortunately for her, she's too pretty to not be in it. So, life's hard, isn't it?
The country's propaganda efforts need you.
It's like, sorry, Rita, you gotta be here. No one else is good looking. Life sucks, doesn't it? So yeah, she's got a Lady of the Lake theme going on. It's, like I said, lots of references to classic Western literature. It's most of like Dorothy is Wizard of Oz, right? Rita here is a little bit more Arthurian. There's a whole Arthurian thing going on in the background. We'll see her later. Even some almost direct Fate XPs, because Fate is just too popular, and I think nobody can resist. I don't understand it. I never liked Fate myself, but that's just me.
There are two Fate works that I enjoy, and the other ones I have not really been able to get into.
I liked Fate Zero, and that was the only one.
Yeah, Fate Zero is good, and I enjoyed Ufotable's version of Unlimited Blade Works. There is every time when I rewatch it, I'm like, there's a lot of talking, like a lot. Like the pacing is like not good, but I really like the characters, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna watch this thing all the way through. But like, when I've tried introducing it to other people, I'm just like, yeah, it's kind of slow.
That is kind of the vibe I got, at least from Stay Night. I was like, are we gonna get to the point?
Yeah, but
it's one of those things too, where like I can give my critiques of the way they present the story in Ark Knights, and I think sometimes they're a little bit long-winded, is the way I would describe it. So Rita doesn't even show up until like you've read The Lord of the Rings twice. That's not an exaggeration. Like, it's that much to go for the first 8 chapters.
Can I just like buy the book and then just play the tower defense game separately?
You can definitely skip the story segments. It's something, there's a lot of people that do that, and then they do not understand the story, and then they whine about it.
No, I mean, more so. Can I just get the story all in one sitting, and then play a cool tower defense game based off the characters? I guess
there might be YouTube videos that do this. I haven't ever looked at it because I actually read everything.
I'm assuming they don't voice act everything, so like it's not an audio book. It is
not voice acted, which further, of course, makes it doesn't take that much production time, so they can make these absurdly long stories.
So a bunch of artists got together and were like, hey, we can self-publish our fiction and our draw cute anime girls and sell our tower defense game all in one thing.
That's more or less correct.
It's a good job.
A bunch of nerds.
It's a good job.
They played a lot of Metal Gear when they were kids. I can just tell this. Like, there's very much some Metal Gear stuff going on in the background here with some of these plot lines. Obviously, that's a little bit aside from the character designs. It's not so much about that. It's just more the artists, or the writers, who are, a lot of them are also the artists, I should point out. I don't know exactly what their internal organization is today, so we don't know if, or even ever when, like if every single person that was writing the character or drawing the characters was like involved in writing story bits for them. But we know that there was a lot of crossover. So There you go, I guess. But yeah, they have their favorite video games, and they clearly are also fans of Fallout, which you might see at some point later on. It's a very interesting fictional world, and one that I have not really seen one that's similar, other than maybe the Dresden Files.
It does kitchen sink well.
It's a little bit it's kitchen sink done interestingly, is the way I would describe it. So we'll see more later. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but we will see more later. I guess. Let's see. It's pretty late for you, ain't it? It's like 3 a.m.
Yeah, this is the character where you said I won't be able to guess what animal they are.
Oh yeah, nope, yeah, you're not gonna guess her. Well, unless if you look at the E2 art, you might guess.
I won't look at the E2 art.
Do you want to do one? Do you want to do one last one, or finish now? I'm fine.
No, I want to let me at least try and guess the animal.
Don't even look at the E2 art. Leave Rita over on the right side.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the E2 art. Guess. All right, let's see what all the clues that we have. All right, so her only features up top is she has what looks like a Roman style laurel. That, I mean, shoot, that could be feathers, that could be pseudo ears, or something reptilian. Then here, wait, I'm gonna begin this. We need every advantage.
Computer enhance.
Okay, so the stuff coming out of the top of her head is either scales, feathers, or horns. I don't think it's feathers, which means it's scales or horns. She's got sort of a spirally thing going in her eyes here, which are red with gray. Red pupils. She's not a bearded dragon, is she?
I will tell you outright, no.
Spiky earrings.
There are, however, lizards, but she is not one of them.
Yeah. Then we've got a Mateba, or a rhino style pistol.
I think the pistols are really sick. Like, their whole theme is revolvers.
Then she also has some very sharp looking hands here that may or may not have bloodstains on them, darkening the fabric. Poofy sleeves. Blitz. Fire. Some kind of symbol there. Symbols there. Quilting. So that's fallen apart.
On the bottom of her skirt, on the left side, that is, in fact, an emblem. With some text, which is too small to read.
Alright. Don't give me the answer yet, but is the reason it's hard to guess just because there's very little visual cues from the creature in her design, or is it because it's a very obscure creature?
There's very little visual cues in her design. That would indicate the animal. But once you see the second art, you'll probably be able to guess it. Because it's kind of giving it away, but,
Alright.
Kind of like Blaze, where you saw the cat on Blaze.
Right.
Very
little visual cues. Well, we'll put the what animal she is on pause.
Where do you think she's from? I'm curious.
Let's see.
This is a bit of a historical test, actually.
Let's see.
This is a very spot-on costume.
I was gonna say she's got the quilted padding, poofy sleeves.
Gonna be a little bit of a medieval vibe.
Yeah. France doesn't exist, but French characters do exist.
Correct.
My first thought would be then French. I'm trying to think where else I've seen those sleeves, though.
I'll tell you this: that is incorrect. She is not French.
Is she Italian?
I don't know if I should answer that.
Is she
a wolf? If you look at Our Lady on the right,
I don't think so.
Our lady on the left is not Italian.
Is she Basque?
I'll let you keep guessing.
Trying to think where I've
So
seen.
there's no normal humans. Remember, everybody's an animal of some kind.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where I've seen this pattern before. It's definitely a medieval vibe.
I'm going to point you at a very key detail, which I don't think is intentional, but look at her hand. What's that look like?
It looks like a claw. Like it looks like it looks, at least her left hand looks like it ends in just like a talon or a claw of some kind.
Interesting, isn't it? So let's go ahead and let's lift the veil of suspense, shall we?
Is she
go ahead and
hang on,
click...
is she a raven?
No. But she is a bird of some kind.
Okay, so they were feathers.
So click that right image. Let's move past Rita here. Click like to the right. On the right image. I think that's the right order.
Seagull?
More specifically, a storm petrel. But yeah, aquatic bird.
Okay.
So another very interesting bit of like 3D effect going on here. This is one of those artists where the guy who the artist here, his name is Asling, and he's done many characters in this game. One of the more prolific artists, and people make fun of him because his proportions are a little bit messed up, and they are, I think. But
okay, wait. So is she also Papal States then because she's a bird?
No, she is not not directly affiliated with the Papal States. So I'll give you that. But yeah, people make fun of Asling for having funny proportions and weird hands and stuff. And there's one or two skins in the game that are like straight up like that should be redone because they suck. But this guy's improved a lot as well. Irene is, excuse me. This chick is one of the later designs that this guy has done, one of the more recent ones. And this guy's art, you can tell, is improving as he gets more experience.
Wait, is Irene her code name or her real name?
I won't say.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said that. Sorry, I let it slip. I screwed up, chat. I'm sorry.
I don't know that I would have been able to guess Irene just based off of her appearance.
You wouldn't have. So I'll tell you. Both her real name and her code name is Irene. The real question that has yet to be answered: where do you think she's from? We already told you she's not French.
Yeah, she's not French. She's not Papal States.
What other country might look like this?
Spain?
She's Spanish. More specifically, she is a card-carrying member of the Spanish Inquisition, who are the unironic good guys in this universe.
I need to play this. I need to play this game.
So there's a long-running thing going on. It's not Spain, it's Iberia, which is just Spain by a different name.
Well, would that also include Portugal?
It includes Portugal. So yeah, she's actually the prodigy child of the Spanish Inquisition. She's like super cool and she shoots things good and stabs very fast. What do you think her personality's like?
She shoots things good. She stabs really fast.
Shut up. You can't just repeat me. You gotta go with something new.
I like when she said it's petrol time and then petroled everybody.
She does a you know what? I will link a GIF. GIF. Give me a second.
GIF.
This one's pretty good.
She looks
this
like
might
someone.
Give you a bit of an idea.
She looks like someone who is not to be crossed. She looks.
You would be correct.
She looks very serious. She looks very tired and done with your heretical nonsense.
He is definitely tired of your heretical nonsense. That much is true.
She is going home at 5, with or without you alive.
She's going to her siesta. Okay, go and just bring this GIF up. Just post that. I think chat might enjoy this somewhat. This gives you an idea of what she's like gameplay wise.
Is this gameplay footage?
This is gameplay archived gameplay footage. Very official. The most official.
A shot web here. We'll repurpose our here.
There's our Medal of Honor. I think that says just about everything that needs to be said. Excuse me. But yes. If you speak Aryanism, she'll probably shish kebab you and then shoot you.
How does she feel about secular investiture?
It's super lame, and she hates it. Yeah, the Spanish Inquisition, as I will say again, are the unironic good guys because they're fighting the Zerg. And it's a long story, but Irene's one of our people. She's cool. We like her. She wants to kill the ocean. We'll be seeing another character soon. There she goes. Bye, Irene. No, she's back.
I'm just trying to resize it to... Yeah, the real only clues you have to bird is that, well, those aren't ears, and if it's not meant to be like a reptilian frill, that leaves bird.
We hate the ocean.
But sea petrel...
Yeah, hers is definitely a little more subtle. Those are... Her give is supposed to be like the feathers. But she's wearing like this gambeson, like very like medieval kind of themed. She got a lantern. Right? That lantern is full of some very nasty fire the ocean hates.
She's a sea petrel that wants to kill the sea.
The sea is bad. If you look at her second art, there's like these lighthouses in the distance. Plot significant point.
How does she feel about throwing car batteries in the ocean?
As long as it kills the ocean. Yeah, the sea is a problem in this universe. It's a long story.
Is it where do Erebus and Abaya live in the ocean?
Bad things live in the ocean for sure.
Okay, so they're also Book of the New Sun fans.
Yeah, I know that they played StarCraft, so you know it's the Zerg. In as many words, they even have creep. Has she conquered Mexico? She probably has. She's like, sorry, the human sacrifices must stop, and just she does the spin. Mexico does exist.
Are there
it was conquered.
Are there giants in the ocean that can't leave the ocean because they would collapse?
Maybe. We don't know.
So they're trying to just raise the ocean levels so they can...
It's a story arc that has not yet hit its conclusion, so there's some interesting bits going on in the background. We just don't know everything yet, and that's fine. We'll get there when we get there. But we love Irene. She's great. And you'll also see her maestro at some point. Even though if he's not a player, he's an NPC jail, so to speak. There's some other interesting stuff going on. The devs also, you can tell they played Bloodborne. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever made, because there's a lot of characters that are just Bloodborne characters. We'll take a look at some of them maybe next time. But yeah, gosh, we only got through like 6 or 7.
Let's see,
this took longer than I thought.
We're on art 20 of 59, so we got through 10 of them.
Okay. Wow. All right. We'll get to this one on the next playthrough. Not
All
playthrough.
right. We'll just
Stream,
get
I
a
guess.
little
Chat people.
teaser for next time.
Little teaser. Oh boy, who's next on the list? Actually, is that
Like
I know who that
another
is.
looks like another cat girl.
Another cat girl. We'll talk about her next time, I suppose. So
Right.
that's your teaser chat. Let's see.
I'm trying to think when next time will be. It's probably going to be at least.
Yeah, we don't need a week. What are you doing on Saturday?
I am.
Because I can easily wake up at like 4 a.m. That's not a problem.
No, I will. I think honestly, I probably will not have time to stream again until like mid-June.
Oh, it's just gonna be a little bit. Okay, 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah,
That is fine. We'll make it work whenever it works. I'm pretty flexible.
Things are transpiring in between that will make it difficult to stream.
Missiles from North Korea, partially. Hopefully not. But yeah.
Nah, just traveling and whatnot.
So that's well, cool. I eagerly await part 2, and I might even throw a few extra characters on the list here. I don't know if we'll get to a part 3. That might be a little much. I think we'll probably cover most of the interesting ones in 2 parts because we've only been streaming for 4 hours.
Well, something else I'd like to do for one of these when I either get either I'll properly set up a webcam on my sketchbook or figure out how to screencast from my iPad. But I think something fun to do for part 2 would be, right, we reverse this. You're the art director. You have to give me the character personality, description, animal archetype. And now that I've got a vibe for the Ark Knight art style, yeah, I'll do like some quick sketches.
Oh, that would be cool. Dude, good idea. I like that idea.
Yeah, you can give me like, hey, there's supposed to be this personality, this animal, this weapon type / class, And now that I've got a sense of like the streetwear vibe they're going for with these characters, then
/ tactical, just a little bit, It's like yeah, that could be a good one. I'd have to come up with some notes before that so I can have a couple good prompts, But yeah, so I guess if we're looking towards maybe 2 or 3 weeks, totally fine. Just pay me. I'm sure at some we will like play Helldivers at some point soon.
Yeah.
DRG, by the way, 2 weeks from Thursday, next season. So stay posted. We'll be doing some of that. I don't know if you're planning on streaming or not, but we'll be back to the mines. Back to the underworld.
I'm kind of enjoying just like streaming it as we're playing it. Like it's not a interactive stream by any means, but anyone that wants to watch can. And then if something really cool or funny happens, we have the tapes to clip from.
That's something I've always wanted to do. Is like we played a CK2 game a couple 8 years ago, and I really wish we had recorded it because it was just unhinged and insane things happened. We don't even have the save files anymore. It was too long ago. But I wish we had. I wish we had saved it. So I think that recording it is quite neat. So what else did I thought I had some other idea. What was I going to say? I forget. It must not have been important. So anyways, yeah, so this was pretty fun, We'll get to the next one. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I'll be Elden Ring DLC next month, for those of you that care. So I will be... I know I haven't streamed in 6 months. I've been out with the milk, okay? I found the milk. I'm coming home. It'll be back eventually, like this next week. So...
Are your
so the milk...
Are your DMC speedruns on your Twitch channel?
I don't have a VOD attached to it. I have it saved on my computer. So I have my world record, or not my world record, sorry, my personal best. The world record's still 3 minutes ahead of me. I don't have a YouTube channel, and I haven't attached them to like the channel. I don't know how you do that on Twitch. So yeah.
In the world of DMC speedrunning, is 3 minutes like a huge gap or like you're really close to taking it gap?
Both. So the specific mode that I do. Sorry, excuse me. Game mode. It's called Bloody Palace. It's a 101 level tower climb. It's like an extra challenge mode they have in the game, and it's. Let me just wait. There's a different category for each character. There's 4 characters you can play, and mine is the most competitive. The 2 guys that are ahead of me, it used to be 3. I spent a long time being really bad before I got good, just because I played the game for 600 hours, and that's not an exaggeration. It's actually 600. And the guy who was ahead of me was this fella named Byanakama. He's a Chinese player. He mostly does single level speedruns in the main story instead of Bloody Palace. I passed him like 2 years ago at 1740. And then I've gotten down to 1632, 1638, I think. The 2 fellas ahead of me are both Japanese players. You've got Bobu and Tokoname. And I've actually talked to both of them. Tokoname is better English. He can actually talk in English. Bobu doesn't really. So last year, Bobu took the record down to 1332. I don't know how that guy managed to shave off like 45 seconds. That's utterly just unhinged. It's insane. Like, I didn't think it'd get lower, but he did. So even though I got a better time, relatively speaking, I am actually further away from world record than I was a year ago because he lowered the world record time so much. It's just one of those things. It's like, man, do I want to spend the time grinding that? It's gonna take so much effort. Like, I have all this other stuff I can do, you know.
Have you tried?
I'll get back to it at some point.
Have you tried licking the disc?
Unfortunately, if I licked my solid state drive, it'd probably shock me. So, I don't think that's on the cards, unfortunately. Although I'm not gonna say I would never try that. That maybe it'll work. Maybe I just don't know.
But still, then you're third fastest in the world then for Bloody Palace. Oh no, Discord cut out again.
Okay, we're back.
I wonder if it's every time I switch to a different window than Discord freaks out.
It's a strange program. I wouldn't be surprised. But anyways, I'm just babbling. Basically, I will be playing, at least on my channel. I know you linked it, so thank you very much. I will be playing some Elden Ring soon, because the DLC is later on in June. And obviously, it's like 3 weeks away still, so it's not gonna be like this week, but soon. You know, and some I have occasionally streamed Ark Knights on this channel, on mine at least. Not super often, just on as an occasional thing. So,
do you stream it from your phone, or do you cast your phone to your computer?
I have an Android emulator on my computer, so it just comes from a PC. Which is pretty neat. Like, you can do that. So yeah. So maybe I'll do some of that soon, right?
Yeah, I should. After we've gotten through all these characters, then I should probably actually play this game.
I don't want to be too much of an evangelist, right? But also a little bit, right? I think that the level of quality is something that exceeds pretty much anything you're seeing on the market today.
I mean, you can't just show me all of this Kino and then...
It is a gotcha game, I will warn you. Like, they gotcha you. I think it's one of the more generous ones, and it's good in spite of being a gotcha. And that's something that a lot of games don't have. Like, a lot of them suck because they're a gotcha. This one is, I think, good in spite of that. If you're trying to be a super collectionist and you want to get every single character ever immediately, you will have a bad time. But sans that, because the way the power balancing works, it's very easy to clear like the current new stuff with like launch characters. That's not a problem at all. So they've managed, even though some of the new characters are kind of OP, the stages don't quite match. It's not that hard of a game, really, in the long run. It's a puzzle game. Tower defenses are actually a subgenre of puzzle, and I think a lot of people don't understand this. Like, there is a easy solution to every single stage.
That is how I felt about Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Yeah, you might
Like,
not know it, and you might not have the characters raised to make that happen on your first try. You know, you might have to experiment with it a little bit, but I look at it from the perspective that it's a game that 4 years later I am still playing and still having fun with, and I think that speaks the most of anything that I could say is like I am still. I came for the gameplay, and I ended up actually really enjoying the characters and their stories as they went on. Right. That's the way I would say it. It's not for everybody. Some people won't like it, and that's totally fine. Same thing with like Fire Emblem. Again, it's because I was like really into Fire Emblem that I forget it was some YouTube video. First time I saw any Ark Knights gameplay, I'm like, oh, that looks fun. And it was 2020, so of course I'm bored out of my skull. So I decided to pick that up, and I just stuck with it. So here we are. That's why we're here today, Jet. You're welcome. Yeah.
all right. Well, thank you to everybody who came tonight, and to anyone who's watching the VOD later.
Yeah, part
Squirrel.
2 coming eventually. Once Miliardo here is a little bit more free time.
Yeah.
So we'll get to it when we get to it, right? It's like, don't rush. Enjoy your end of May and June, please, Chad. Hope you have a good time. Go outside, touch the grass, as they say. Here,
Don't let the grass touch you.
But touch the grass. Let the grass touch you. I'm gonna go play with my squirrels. They're like, we'll do squirrel pictures next time. How about that? And I will show you what a mess they make on my back porch, which is a very large mess. Like there's corn everywhere.
There was a speaking of touching grass, there was a sweet beetle in my yard yesterday that so it was a Asian longhorn beetle. Very bad and invasive in North America, but out here it's actually just a native critter. Super cool, like black carapace, lots of white dots, bluish white extremities. But like don't think I've ever seen a beetle that like it's the size of your thumb. And I've never seen a beetle that large fly before. And it's fascinating because like it's like hanging from its wings, right? So like I don't know, like you think of like you know, dragonflies and stuff, right? Like they fly like an airplane flapping its wings or something, whereas this thing like the wings come out and it's just like hanging and just kind of zipping through the sky.
That sounds horrifying.
It's pretty gnarly looking. I tried to get video of it when it landed on a tree, and it promptly decided that I looked like a tree and flew right towards me.
Oof.
And then
that's like a nightmare of mine, is bugs landing on me.
Landed on the grass, and then proceeded to have a lot of difficulty taking off in the grass until I flipped it into the air with a spatula.
Did you hit it with a spatula?
No, I launched it into the air with a spatula.
Well, we can't all be bleeding hearts, I guess.
I gave it the catapult launch, and then it was able to fly off who knows where.
There he goes. I hate bugs. But anyways,
this was a cool bug.
We didn't actually get to either of the characters in the thumbnail. It's kind of funny, and Michelangelo wasn't even there. But we will next time. So don't you worry, chat. It will happen again. We will be back, and we'll finish our little thing. Maybe we'll do a little bit of what Miliardo here was suggesting, and try out some suggestions. You know, it'll happen when it happens. So stay tuned. I know that. Again, I'm pretty free, so you just let me know. We'll make time.
I'll happily make this a recurring thing.
I will also branch out. There's a couple other things that you might not be familiar with that I think could make some good guessing material. You know, as we've done today. So nice. I'm gonna go make some more coffee. I don't know about you fellas, but
I'm not gonna have coffee.
You are not gonna have. You're going to bed, sir.
I'm tired too.
It's beddy by time. Over in Japan, it is like too late for you. So
yeah, I've
got to go to the store. I'm out of ammunition. I gotta buy some 9mm and some other stuff. So I've got a busy day ahead of me. I will let you get to it.
9mm.
I hope the wife isn't upset with me for keeping you up too late.
No, I think she's up late too, planning something. Like she's trying to put our itinerary for our trip together.
Where are you guys going? Sorry, I'm sending the stream, but we. I should stop asking
I will.
questions.
I'll tell you off stream.
You let me. Okay, cool. Well, all right. Well, we'll talk. Thank you, chat. Thank you for tolerating me. I know I talk a lot and I talk very fast. So if you want me to shut up, just say so. It's okay. Stay tuned for some Elden Ring coming up this next month. I'm an MST guy, North America time. So don't expect me this early for me. Don't expect no Leonardo this late for him. You know how that works.
All right. Well, good night, chat. What's a squirrel?
All right. Thanks for the stream.
Right.
All right. Catch you later.
Send you all to the ending screen. Take care.